on now? Okay. So good morning. It's now 8:31. Having recognized a couple of employees for their efforts and showing appreciation for those continued efforts, I'm going to call the council meeting of February 13th to order. And we have in front of us an agenda. Are there any additions to that agenda? I know one's likely coming. Councillor McGee.
Yes, I would like to give an update on the conference that I was at. Well, actually, it was called a summit.
So add to 9.6, Tourism Summit Report. Okay, and then Councillor Phobes.
For those that attended the CRMA, we should probably give a quick little update on that as well.
9.7, so SCRMA report. Councillor Cunningham.
I just had a quick one for the Kneehill Regional Partnership Training.
Okay, 9.8, Kneehill Regional Partnership Training. Councillor Christie.
Seeing as how I love agendas so much, I want to add a report on community futures, the Ag Service Board Convention, this Agritourism Summit. I'll add to what Faye has, and the Brownlee Law Seminar. I just didn't stay home this week.
Okay, so 9.9 is community futures. 9.10 would be the Ag Service Board Conference, and 9.11. What was your last one? Brownlee Law.
Don't worry, Carolyn heard him.
Oh, well, that's going to be a lengthy reporting session.
I'll be brief.
Are there any other additions to the agenda? Okay, Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in, oh, Councillor McGee, did you have a, oh, okay.
She's ahead of you.
She's moving faster than me. That's not unusual. Okay, so all those in favor? And that's carried unanimous. We might as well start off with a little bit of fun and enjoyment. So, we have the minutes from the January 9th regular council meeting were pre-circulated. Are there any errors or corrections? If not, Councillor McGee.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the minutes from the January 9th council meeting as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you. All right. The first item on our agenda is planning. Welcome, Barb. Let's tackle the easy one first, which is Bylaw 1889, Land Use Bylaw Amendment to Bylaw 1808.
Perfect.
And you notice I said let's tackle the easy one.
I know, I caught that, so that gave me joy.
Well, I don't know if there's anything easy about the items that are in front of us, but certainly welcome, Barb, and we appreciate your efforts on our behalf.
No problem. And I'll just go through a little bit of the history, just so that we have that in the record as well. So again, this is an amendment for the Land Use Bylaw 1808, and it's in particular to two sections that are relating to renewable energy. So council has noted several concerns they have with renewable energy projects and the amount of high classification farmland that is being taken out of production for these projects in many municipalities. Council is also aware of the sections of the Municipal Government Act that empowers the province with greater authority in approving these projects. Council has chosen to make changes to the land use bylaw in order to protect these high classification lands and also to ensure that the land use bylaw provides greater clarity to developers regarding the expectations of Kneehill County for these projects. Council directed administration to initiate an amendment to the land use bylaw to revise sections relating to wind and solar renewable energy. Council further scheduled a committee of the whole for July 18th, 2023 to discuss what they would like to see included in these proposed sections. A draft bylaw was presented to Council at the July 25th, 2023 Council meeting. Additional amendments were made based on the direction of Council at this meeting. Revisions have continued over the last several months, and these revisions will replace sections 71 and 74 in our current land use bylaw. These amendments are directed at protecting the high classification farmland as well as environmentally significant lands that fall within Kneehill County. The amendments also address setbacks and provide a list of information required to be submitted with an application. We have provided a revised bylaw 1889 as per the direction received. It is attached to your package, and that is the reformatted version. On August 3rd, 2023, the government enacted the Generation Approvals Pause Regulation through an order in Council. Under this regulation, the AUC, Alberta Utilities Commission, is prohibited from issuing project approvals related to renewable energy until March 1st, 2024. During this pause, the AUC will initiate an inquiry into policies and procedures for the development of renewable electricity generation. More specifically, the inquiry will inform government policy decisions around the ongoing economic, orderly, and efficient development of electricity generation in Alberta, and will look at issues including development of power plants on specific sites or classes of agricultural or environmental land, the impact of power plant development on Alberta's pristine viewscapes, mandatory reclamation security requirements for power plants, development of power plants on lands held by the Crown, and the impact of the increasing growth of renewables on Alberta's generation supply mix and electricity system reliability. We are on target to complete this bylaw amendment prior to the expiration of the pause. It should be noted that the outcome of this inquiry may impact policies and procedures currently in place at the AUC. It may also impact the process and policies of municipalities. Advertising was done and a public hearing was held on December 12, 2023 in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. Council wanted to schedule an opportunity to discuss the feedback that was received during the hearing, and this occurred at the January 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. Specifically, Council wanted to discuss the following: setbacks to an urban that would not allow a brownfield site to be utilized, setbacks to residences, setbacks to water bodies, human and livestock health. Regarding the livestock health question, we did reach out to the acting director of the Chief Provincial Veterinarian for Alberta Agriculture, and he did provide several studies which were provided to you in your Committee of the Whole package. Two of his studies relate to the human health piece. Administration also wanted to further discuss the stormwater requirement under Solar Section 6C. Discussions with an industrial approvals engineer and a water approvals engineer with Alberta Environment noted the following: they do not require an EPA approval for these sites. However, if there are impacts to any water body, they would be subject to the Water Act. There would be no oversight otherwise. If we require them to either retain or test water prior to release, it would be the responsibility of the municipality to oversee this. Since there is no Water Act approval required, the trigger would be a complaint. Alberta Environment would determine whether or not the applicant needs to demonstrate that they are not impacting at that time. Administration is proposing the following wording for this section. The applicant must submit a stormwater management plan that outlines how they will mitigate off-site impacts to adjacent lands, roads, or water bodies, either permanent or intermittent, located in proximity to the site. This plan will be reviewed by municipal engineers to ensure that it meets the protection necessary for these adjacent lands. And again, we are happy to incorporate any amendments you choose into the bylaw prior to third reading taking place. There were a couple of things that you requested. One was a map that showed the 2 mile to residences. That's the very last piece that was attached in your package. And then we also did get a legal opinion regarding the public hearing. I did not get that in time to get it into the package to meet that deadline, but I will read you that legal opinion regarding whether or not we require another public hearing. So this is coming from our RMRF lawyer. It's always subjective and somewhat hard to gauge how significant a change needs to be before it merits a new public hearing. The MGA does expressly contemplate that you can make amendments after the public hearing without having to restart the process in section 216(4), 5, and B. After considering the representations made to it about a proposed bylaw or resolution at the public hearing, and after considering any other matter it considers appropriate, the council may pass the bylaw or resolution, make any amendment to the bylaw or resolution it considers necessary, and proceed to pass it without further advertisement or hearing, or defeat the bylaw or resolution. But as you know, if you are substantially changing the bylaw to the point that someone who reviewed the original bylaw would argue they did not have an opportunity to address the subject matter of the amendments at the public hearing, or that they did not attend or make submissions to the public hearing based on the original bylaw, but would have if they had known about the content added through the amendments, there is a risk of procedural fairness argument as a basis for seeking judicial review of the bylaw. In many cases, I would consider expanding a setback distance to be something that would not require a new public hearing, particularly where the extent of the setback was a point of discussion in the public hearing. That's the kind of issue where council can be considered to have heard from residents on the relevant issue and determine the best approach so they can amend pursuant to section 216. My concern here is that it is not simply an extension of the setback, but a dramatic expansion of it. Doubling the size of the setback has a dramatic impact, which you've noted effectively encompasses the entire county. Certainly, any supporter of wind and solar projects may say that had they known that was being considered, they would have made further submissions. There is at least some risk of this providing a basis for challenging the bylaw. Having said that, as you know, the bylaw is fairly tenuous insofar as it treads on the jurisdiction of the AUC and is likely not enforceable for any project they are approving. If that's the case, I'm not sure whether you view it as worthwhile to hold a whole new public hearing where you will likely hear the same support and opposition. It does allow opponents of this bylaw one additional potential ground for challenge, which you could take away by holding another public hearing. But again, I'm not sure that will matter much insofar as proponents of those projects are likely to simply proceed with their AUC approvals and not be deterred by the land use bylaw restrictions. There's some uncertainty, obviously, about any potential changes to the legislation, and it may be that you would like to have a solid footing for your land use bylaw restrictions, knowing there is no basis for potential challenge on the basis of post-public hearing substantial changes. But you have an argument to say the issues were already fairly canvassed at the public hearing. The changes did not introduce new concepts or different restrictions, simply expanding on those that were already the topic of discussion at the public hearing. Given all the other issues, the limited risk of a challenge may be something council would accept in simply moving forward to third reading, even if they wish to make those types of amendments at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, comments regarding the land use bylaw amendment? Councillor Forbes.
I'd make the motion to move third reading to bylaw 1889 as presented.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
I'm going to abstain from this vote because I wasn't available for the public hearing. So according to the MGA on section 184 sub A.
Okay, I'm sensing that, are we ready to make this vote? I'm asking the question. I have a couple of things that I would like to maybe chat about before we get there, but before I jump in, I'd like council to have opportunity to comment or ask questions. Councillor McGee.
I'm not comfortable with the 2-mile setbacks. I think we're going overreaching, and I'd rather be keeping it at the 1 mile, is my personal opinion. And so, as the motion stands, I would not be in favor.
The 2-mile has not been incorporated. That's
My
just additional,
apologies.
yeah, that's
At the
just
1 mile.
additional information.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm off to a great morning.
No, it's.
Thank you. I
It was
misunderstood the point.
proposed, and we requested to have the map that showed what the
Right.
2-mile
But we
exclusion would
didn't
look
put it
like.
in. Perfect. Well, that's why I made that. Thanks for the clarity, everyone. So now I know what I'm actually voting on.
Not a problem, and that's the whole process that we're engaged in here, so. Any other comment? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Just more of a comment. I had a couple questions in regards to the protection of agriculture lands. So just for the public's knowledge, it is still in section 12, protection of agriculture lands. A, siting of solar energy systems should take place on lands considered to be poor agricultural quality with a CLI soil classification of 4 through 7. So just want to make sure that people are aware that it is still in this document.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? My turn. So, and again, I wanted to talk about the setback thing, because the reason we brought up the 2-mile exclusion zone or setback for residents is because we had it in place for our hamlets, towns, villages, and there was a sense that there was an unfairness there, and so I'm wondering, do we want to adjust the setback so it's the same for hamlets, villages, and towns as it is for our own residents? Like, I believe the origin of the question was, why does the town get a bigger setback than a resident who lives within the county? Or why would a village or hamlet have that? So the question that I'm asking is, as a council and looking at the bylaw, are we satisfied to maintain the larger setback around the hamlets and the villages and the towns? Or do we want to make the playing field level and make the setback the same? So that's my first question. And so I defer to council for discussion on that, so. Councillor Cunningham.
I guess there certainly is a question, because if we have one of our residents ask us why we're putting more credence to someone in an urban versus someone in a rural, I guess we all have to be prepared to answer that question. And I'm not really sure what the answer is. I know that when we talked about it before, and Ms. Hazelton has, given us the information, we did talk about, are we almost starting the process again? Do we have to do another public hearing? So I think if I'm remembering correctly, we were concerned about doing that.
Well, I believe, based on what Ms. Hazelton presented from the lawyer this morning, my understanding of the way that was interpreted is that if we change that setback to make it 2 miles around each resident, we potentially have a problem. I don't know if we'd have the same problem if we reduce the setback around a town and a village, although then do they need to have input? So that's the question. So I mean, if council's happy with it as it is, with the 2 miles around a village or a hamlet and 1 mile for our residents, then I'm happy with that. But I know the question was raised about an unequal playing field, and so I wanted to make sure that we knew exactly where we were, and then we were prepared to defend a larger setback for our urban neighbors as well as our hamlets. And so I'm just asking the question. I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just raising the question, because that was the reason why we addressed that issue to begin with. Councillor Penner.
Correct. I don't like it, but I'm prepared to live with it. I did bring it up. I think it should be an even playing field. And the reason that I could live with it is for future development in our hamlets. We want to encourage it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but maybe it will. So I think by leaving it in, it does allow for a little bit more development within our hamlets. But no, I don't like. I like to see an even playing field, but I'm prepared to keep it in there around our hamlets.
Okay. Any other comment in regard to that? Councillor Cunningham.
I guess too, just to be aware, like we've talked about, this is a living, breathing document that can change. This isn't the be-all, end-all, and I think we're all aware. Well, I don't know if we're aware of what the government's going to do, but we are aware that the time is it the end of, was it the end of January, end of February?
End of February, they are to have a report
Right.
out.
So like we've said a million times, we could have this all planned and it could go a whole different direction. So I think the premise of it all was to get something on the books, and it could all change in a month from now. Sorry, Barb. Right?
Okay, so the sense that I'm getting is that we're okay to leave it as it is, which is a larger setback zone around our hamlets, towns, and villages, and 1 mile around our residential. Okay, as long as that's, everybody's comfortable with that, then I'm good with that. I just wanted to raise that as one of the potential issues. A couple other questions I had, and I'm not sure how difficult they're going to be to deal with, but on page 28 in our package, under the wind conversion systems category 3, section 3, item B, it says there, a detailed public consultation process complete with a summary report. And I guess the question that jumped in my head is, what is detailed? Are we satisfied with the AUC process, or are we expecting more in terms of a public consultation process? And again, that's a question I have for council, is the wording that's there, are we okay with that wording for now? That likely means that the AUC process will be the one that they use and the one that they report on. So whether we're prepared to accept that at this point and think about it in the future as to what we might expect in terms of more detail, that's just, again, that's a question I have. I know it has been an issue with satisfaction or happiness around the public hearing process that the companies have engaged in. And I know there's been some dissatisfaction with that. So again, I wanted just to ask that question. So as council, you can say, for now, we're good with what's there and we'll leave it as is, or we would like to see some more wording around detailed public consultation and what our expectation would be. Councillor McGee.
Yeah, that'd be a great dream, I think, to have more detailed, but I think that's overreaching, again, what this document needs to do and what we as a council needs to do. They are business people who need to find their own ethics, and we're not to police that piece, in my opinion, and I think that's just too robust, but that's just my perspective, though I do see why we would love to do it.
Okay, any other comment? Councillor Cunningham.
So this is a real tricky one, because I have had many conversations with people that have attended these public consultation process. You can afterwards go onto the AUC website and see their information that's come from that. And people that have attended have said that it's very different from what, like there actually will be comments from individual people. And to me, that gets a little bit dicey, because unless you're gonna copy word for word, that's an interpretation piece for me. So yeah, it is tough, because we can say we want that report, but how accurate is that report? And I guess we need to determine if we are going to have somebody from the county at these meetings, and then we can clarify the information. But I don't think we have that piece yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? Again, the sense I'm getting is that we're happy to leave it as it is for now, and to be careful that we're not potentially overreaching our authority. Okay, and then I had another question, specifically as it relates to solar, and it was the stormwater piece. That's the first portion, and I think I'm okay with the wording, Barb, that has been suggested. Ms. Hazelton has been suggested around that. Because the only other thing that we could do is, if we're not going to control or monitor water quality that's being released, is just say that it can't be released. So then it would have to be retained on site, and that gets to be a fairly onerous and big piece of infrastructure that they would have to have. So again, I know I argued for some kind of measurement of water and the quality that's leaving the site and some control on that. But if we're happy with the wording that's been suggested, then again, I'm prepared to leave it as is. And then again, it's under solar, and it's very specific to solar, but on page 38 in the package, under 8B, where we talk about pest management, and we say a vegetation, weed, and pest management plan that addresses how invasive plants, weeds, and pests, such as Richardson ground squirrels, be controlled. I've had a number of conversations with agrologists in the last little while, specifically one in specifics, which is Scott Mears, and he's doing a lot of work with other municipalities right now on insect management, particularly grasshopper and grasshopper control. These sites could become a source point for insect infestation in surrounding crops. And so in my conversation with Scott, I know he's appeared at AUC to present information on insect management for other municipalities. I'm just wondering if we wanted to broaden the pests to include insects. So I know if I was in the East Country and I had a solar development that covered a quarter section of land and I had cropland right next door to it, and we had a grasshopper infestation, I would be battling grasshoppers, compliments of my neighbor, which is the solar facility. It can happen here in Kneehill County as well. So again, that's a question for council. Do we want to broaden that slightly to include insect pest management? Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. These are interesting questions to bring up. My caution to council is that if you come forward with a pest management aspect in this nature, you may have to examine the impact on others within the community that actually are having the same concerns or issues. So we'd have to look at, are we going to be managing the entire community under this pest management requirement, or only solar? Because that could be an area of challengeability as well.
Thank you for that. Again, I'm just raising the question because it was brought to my attention. And I mean, if council's happy with the wording that's in the bylaw as it sits right now, I'm content to move forward. I'm just raising that as a potential issue.
Question.
Yes, go
So
ahead,
if we-
Councillor Phobes.
If we were to go and put in for insect, would we have to have an open house because we didn't have a conversation, or do we just assume that pests cover grasshoppers? They just gave an example of what a pest was. They didn't, I mean, we could have made that anything, right?
Yep.
So I guess my question is, if we specifically do it to insects, do we have to open it up again?
No, I think that's a fair amendment.
Okay.
Councillor Penner, please.
I think it's a good idea, to be honest, to put it in there. And it wasn't that long ago, we had an infestation in Kneehill County of grasshoppers. So I'm sure a lot of people have still got their eco brand spreaders out there. So it doesn't hurt, you know, to have it in here, and it doesn't hurt to have it on all major developments in my book. But
Okay. So we're asking for a slight amendment to include insect pests? So we would say a vegetation, weed, insect, and pest management plan is how I would see them changing. And Mr. Gannon, I recognize your point that we might have some potential challengeability in there, but I think that we're recognizing a very, to me, it's a very specific issue, and it's very easy to identify where that problem is coming from if it's specific to something like grasshoppers or some other insect. So go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. It may open up another question for council if the intent is council wishing administration to really look at creating a pest management policy to allow us greater teeth in order for the enforcement portion of that pest management portion of this.
I think that's a legitimate question. Any comment from council? Councillor Cunningham?
I do appreciate Mr. Gannon's comments. It's been a few years since my husband and I have farmed, but when I look at it, the uniqueness of these sites, for anybody that wants to go have a little tour and tour one of these solar facilities on 160 acres, I don't know how you manage pests in that. It's not a bare 160 acre parcel, so I think we do have to realize that there is some uniqueness to these sites. And I'm fine with it, whether we open that up to all developments, all whatever, but I think what I hear Mr. King's experts saying is, this is unique. These are unique situations, and you're not just gonna put a sprayer out there and do the whole 160 acres. I literally, when you look at them, they're interesting sites, and I just would question how you do control the insects on those, so I'd really like to know more about that, actually.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Whitstock and then come back to you, Mr. Gannon.
Well, actually, this was a question for you, Mr. Gannon. When we're looking at these sites, are you concerned that these sites would also incorporate Kneehill County sites such as campgrounds, road ditches, that kind of stuff?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, I'm concerned that it will affect every property within Kneehill County and how we police pests in general. Because even though one property could be determined that it has the larger capacity or opportunity for infestation of different pests, that could affect different customers within our region. And we currently do have an agriculture pest nuisance species policy, but it may have to be adjusted or amended to hit the reaches which council is suggesting at this point. But we need to make sure we have the teeth for enforcement, and that's where I'm looking at it. If this is a need or a want from council, that we need to make sure that we're completely clear of those expectations and have some availability or opportunity to appropriately enforce them regardless of the customer.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Phopes?
With these site-specific things that we're speaking of, I do find that they're not always manned, whereas a farmer's field, someone's going by there, someone's going in a little more regularly than the renewable aspect of it. So I can see why we would want to have that in as an insect, just because they would need to be informed if a farmer says, especially the seed growers around them. So.
Okay, any other comment or questions? I guess the ultimate question becomes, are we including weed, insects, and pest management as that within that clause? So I'm looking for that direction. And then I think the other thing that ultimately we would have to address is, what does the policy say around that? So what's the wish of council? I'm seeing nods. Do we want it in or do we not? I'm not sure that we need to have a vote. We just, Councillor Christie.
I'd like to see it in because one of the things, insect pests are more prevalent in forage stands, and these are forage stands that aren't paid or anything else, so it's going to be difficult to deal with them if we don't have some kind of policy for them. So it gives our ag department something to go with.
Okay, thank you for that. So do I see a general agreement in council that we would include the word insect in that sentence on 8B as relates to solar energy developments. Mr. Gannon, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So if we could potentially word the bylaw amendment to coincide with the Agriculture Pest Act, which does stipulate that a pest does include those items. That way, when the Agriculture Act does change, or the Pest Act does change, it will change within those rules and that enforcement tool that's in the background.
Okay, good comment. And I'm going to actually recess this discussion so that we have a delegation that's supposed to be here at 9. Do we know if they're here? So I haven't managed our time well, but thank you, Ms. Hazelton. And Mr. Gannon, will come back to your question. That would be an amendment to what's here. But it's in the wording here. It's already in this document. No, I had asked for more robust, but the direction is that it's hard to regulate, and do we want to become the regulator?
So just leave it on for the time?
Yeah. Okay. So, welcome. First off, my apologies for keeping you waiting. We got involved in this discussion and we lost track of time, or at least I did. I'm supposed to manage our time, and so I apologize. Welcome. So I think, I know both of you, but the process is we should introduce ourselves and then allow you the opportunity to introduce yourself and then go ahead with your presentation. So I'm going to start with Councillor Penner, if you would, please.
Good morning, Debbie Penner, I'm Division 2 down in the Swalwell area.
Good morning, Faye McGee, Division 1, down and around the Drumheller Valley area and up towards Highway 21.
Carrie Phobes, you know what division I'm in, number 4.
Hi, I'm Ken King. I represent Trochu north and east of that area.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock. I am from the Acme Linden Division.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, the areas surrounding Three Hills.
Wade Christie, and I think you know the division I represent.
So go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer for the county.
And I'll give the 3 directors an opportunity as well.
I'm Kevin Gannon. I'm the Director of Community Services. I'm on the west side of the building.
Good morning, I'm Mike Zero. I'm the Director of Infrastructure here.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Cochran, the Director of Corporate Services.
And of course, the person who manages all of us.
Good morning, I'm Carol, and I represent the East Wing.
So welcome, Dorothy and Mark. And
Good morning, I'm Dorothy Weimer. Funny looking around here, knowing the pieces, kindergarten is very prevalent here.
you gave many people their start.
Right. And this is Mark Goodbrand, who is our man of all trades, who is our supervisor of our renovation project.
Okay.
So I'll carry on.
Just go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I'm so prepared here, but I'm not. I haven't spoken with a mic and people for. I'll pretend you're all kindergarten. All will be good. Okay. Well, we're very happy to be here this morning to represent the Wimborne Community Center Society. First, we'd like to thank you for all the financial support you've given us in the past years. We're very appreciative of a county and council that understand, value, and support small rural communities. The Wimborne Community Center is the hub of the Wimborne community. It's the objective of our society to enhance the quality of life for persons living within the area by providing a facility in which to foster community spirit. We are fortunate to have a multi-generational board of energetic, talented, and dedicated people who are willing to volunteer their time to continually improve our facility. Our hall originated as 2 one-room schoolhouses, Frontier and Freestone, which were built in the early 1900s. In the 1940s, these 2 buildings were moved to Wimborne to become a 4-room school with 2 classrooms upstairs and 2 classrooms downstairs. A new school was built in Wimborne in 1956, so at this time, the Wimborne Community Center Society was formed, and they started transforming the school into our community center. Over the past almost 70 years, the hall has seen many changes and renovations and has evolved into the community center that is now used 6 days a week. The 1965 main entrance into the hall had remained in its original design, and some of you remember coming in this very welcoming space. Anyway, at any large function, people had to wait on those stairways or the stairways outside before entering the hall. Mark was able to envision a solution to this problem without major structural changes. We needed to eliminate, there was a secondary floor over this area, and that was on the existing floor in the coat room and the bar room. So this began our whole long series of renovations. And similar to all renovations, additional challenges have arisen though. As asbestos was suspected in the coat room and bar room, test was taken and returned positive. So we had to hire a qualified company to safely remove the asbestos, and this cost us an unforeseen $4,500. To improve the energy efficiency within our facility, new insulation has been installed on all renovated exterior walls. The newly constructed bar room now backs onto the handicap washroom, so plumbing was easily accessed, so the bar room would now have running water and a sink. And we've created a space, a counter space on the back side with a plug-in for serving coffee and drinks, and so it removes that out of the flow of traffic and hopefully improves things greatly there. The lovely 40-year-old orange carpet some of you might be familiar with our facility has been removed. There's none of it left except for a small piece kept for mementos. The cinder blocks were then strapped, styrofoam insulation installed, and drywalled over top, creating a much more pleasant and probably hygienic area. We decided to remove the stage, which may be, I don't think we'll regret it at all, because it was rarely used anymore. Even at the last funerals that we had, people stood down on the main level. And so it was just a space where children ran around and we had to yell at them to get off the stage. But with removing that stage, it did give us an additional about 240 square feet more usable space. Our hall can accommodate approximately 150 people seated at tables, but that's a very cramped situation. So hopefully that will open up some more seating. Last year, our building was broken into, and among other things, the kitchen cabinets received damage. So prior to this, we had received grant money from you to replace the countertops on the existing cabinets, but with that insurance money that we got for the cabinets, with your grant money and many volunteer hours, the kitchen underwent a transformation. As the cabinets are not as deep as the old cabinets, the flooring needs to be replaced now because there's a nice little non-hygienic gap in between. So that's also planned in our renovation. This summer, the Bowden Institute Community Crew supervisor told me, I was out at Torrington and they were painting in the arena, and I was talking with him. He told me that they are always looking for a workplace through the winter. So after meeting with Mark this fall, they were willing to come to work on our project in January and February. So considering the value of their donated labor being approximately $10,000, the fact that Mark was willing to donate his time to supervise this project this winter, we had just received our casino money, and that this is a slow time of year for our hall usage, the society decided to proceed with this major renovation project. Well, shortly after that, we received word, or I read in the paper, about this new Kneehill County Rural Hall Capital Grant, and was immediately on the phone over to Carolyn and say, what do we know? What will we qualify? Do we have to stop work? Is it not, can it not be a retroactive grant? She said, no, it doesn't say anything to that point. So we are really hoping that you will support this project as well. We have a tremendous group of volunteers volunteering hours to complete almost all this renovation. We're not planning on paying much in the line of labor at all. So we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you this morning our renovation plans for the Wimborne Community Center. We feel that these renovations will provide our community with a functional, efficient, and attractive gathering place for many more years to come. And we are extremely grateful for your support in assisting us to complete these renovations. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Are there any questions for our delegation from council or comments? Councillor Phobes.
Just because Huxley had been in here a little while ago and asked us for some funding as well, they spoke about their fundraising. Did you guys do any fundraising towards this other than your volunteer hours? Did you guys do fundraising as well?
There's a casino.
Okay.
We also have a Winterfest in the wintertime. We have a community calendar which we sell to fundraise for. We do Canada Day on Canada Day, which generates our funds as well. So nothing specific to this project, Harry, but we did have.
No, and thank you, because sometimes I hear from people that say, well, what have they done to raise funds as well? So this just allows anyone who's listening to know that you have done that. So thank you.
I would like to mention the Bowden Institute community crew. If you're not familiar with them, they are so awesome. We had 7 fellows come out, as well as the supervisor, for 13 days. And they were, Mark can attest, like they were qualified construction fellows. And they will come out to any non-profit organization and volunteer their time. They were so grateful to us. It was such a win-win situation. The Friday, when we gave them pizza lunch and whatever, it was almost that, you know, it was, I was teary and I hadn't spent that much time with them, but you know, they were so grateful to be out in the community and be able to do something and to have ownership in this project as well. But we've calculated here, it was pretty close to $16,000 worth of labor that they've donated to the project. So great contact and great people to work with.
Councillor Penner.
I just want to say thank you for coming in, and this has actually been an eye-opener to me to how much the Wimborne Community Centre is used. That is phenomenal. You must have, and kudos to your volunteers and your surrounding residents for supporting the building, and just with the variety of activities and stuff that happen on even on a daily basis, it's just yeah, kudos to your community.
Oh, thank you. We were talking about that, how it kind of maybe was the impetus of the post office going to close out of a private home where it had been for years and being put into the hall. Now everyone comes in, the coffee room is right there, you come in for your mail, you stop, you visit, and how that community spirit is just built upon. It's just really, it is incredible. And our board is amazing too. We're not all over 70 and going, oh, okay, will someone take this position? We've got some young blood that's just out there, energetic. So yeah.
And that's what I wanted to bring up. You must have a phenomenal board that has such a broad vision, a great vision for the whole area. That it's, yeah, this is impressive.
Thank you. Or Councillor Cunningham.
Just to reiterate what Councillor Penner said, thank you for all the work that you do. I always say that nothing happens around here without volunteers, you know, whether it's Kneehill County or small communities. Community centers to me are where everything happens, whether it's weddings, celebrations, funerals, you know, baseball tournaments, whatever. So they really are the heart of our community, and I think it's really important that we do keep them viable, and you folks are obviously doing an amazing job, so thanks for that. We actually held one of our ratepayer meetings there, when was that, last fall? I hadn't been in the community center for a long time, so that's before a lot of this work even happened, but I was impressed back then. So just again, thank you to you and your board for all you do, because you guys make it happen.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comment or question? Councillor Christie.
I was there Wednesday morning and I was amazed at the staff you had. I need to take a lesson for the Troche wall to get people involved, because the building was full of people working. They were busy.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Penner?
When do you hope to have the renovations completed? 100%.
Well, we,
Why'd you look at Mark?
that's his area. We, at our last meeting, we're talking about having a celebration, thank you to all the volunteers, supper and whatever, and we've slated that for April 13th. So wanting to get it done before seeding, spring work, and we lose Mark to his wife through the summer because then she says, no more volunteering. So that's our goal. We do have a function, the Fish and Game Supper, on the 16th of March. I don't think it will all be totally completed, but it will be a usable space by then.
Okay, well, thank you. Certainly the amount of information that you provided is greatly appreciated, and like Councillor Penner said, it was a real eye-opener to see exactly how much activity is happening within the hall and to realize it is. And I recognize, because of my involvement with Huxley, how much that hall becomes the center of the community, and so really appreciate the detail. Sometimes we have very little information. Here we have lots, and it's very helpful in terms of making a decision. And, you know, you laugh, or you don't need to be embarrassed by providing us with excess information, because it really helps us in terms of making a decision. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here. It's,
Okay. Thank you very much
we
for having us.
appreciate you taking the time to come. And again, I apologize for the slight delay in getting you on the slate here.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will be addressing this issue later in our agenda today and making a decision, so we will be letting you know, so.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I know I wasn't in one of your kindergarten classes.
No, but I certainly heard a lot about you.
Oh, don't leave, come back.
We don't have time for stories this morning. Yeah, I'll have to talk to my wife. Anyway. I'm wondering, would we like to take a break? We have another delegation coming at 9:45, so maybe it's appropriate we take a break and wait for that time. So I'm going to say we're in recess till 9:45. Okay, it is 9:45, and the next order of business that we have is actually one that's kind of fun. We have Mr. Matt Price here from the Acme Alumni Association, and he's here to pick up a check. So it's a photo opportunity for us as council and a chance to present the Acme Alumni Association a check towards their project at the Acme School. And so, Mr. Price, if you want to come forward. And I think I'm going to ask all of council to get in on this picture. So we're going to, Matt, come on up. Yeah. We have a big presentation check.
Sorry, he already said all of council get in on this, and we're just sitting there willy-nilly.
Double check. Matt doesn't have a pen.
Make sure that decimal is highly visible.
So welcome, Matt. It's our pleasure.
But this one you will. That one's your, look at me, yep, let's get the right chairs, yeah. Congratulations. Thanks for pointing it out.
We could have propped you in there,
And the rest of the council did. You need a milk crate.
So Matt, thanks for being here, and like Jerry said, spend it wisely, and we wish you all the best on that project. So. Okay. All right. So let's go back. I guess I think we're almost through our conversation as relates to Bylaw 1889. As Ms. Hazelton left the room. So we were involved in a bit of a discussion, Mr. Gannon, regarding the possible inclusion of the word insect into the bylaw. And so maybe if you want to just expand a little bit on your conversation around the Ag Pest Act.
Thank you, through the chair. With the Agriculture Pest Act, I believe the ability to enforce, if we refer back to within our bylaw to say that pest is related to the act, then we have the ability that when the act does change in order to address other pests, it is included. And within the act, it does state and stipulate insects as one of those pests. So we usually try to do our best to align our documents within individual acts to ensure that when they do adjust, our bylaws and our policies adjust with them, rather than them being potentially, there being conflicts between the act and the bylaws. So when we refer to them as pest as indicated through the Agriculture Act, as that act changes, as I stipulated earlier, so will the requirements within those changes in those bylaws and policies.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Hazelton.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that. So I think if we just put a definition in there, for, that everything aligns with the Agricultural Pest Control Act and regulations, because there is a list in the regulations. Grasshoppers are on that list and ground squirrels are also a nuisance on that list, so we'll use those lists to define what they have to address. So we'll add that as a definition in the beginning of the bylaw for pests, if that's fair. Okay.
So then, basically, our understanding is we're going to add a definition, so that's included, and then we'll just adjust the wording in that clause to address that specific issue that was raised.
Correct. And then, so we have 3 amendments. I just want to make sure we're clear. We're adding insect into that line, we're adding the definition, and then we're changing the stormwater wording, correct? Okay.
So we had a motion in place from, Deputy Reeve Whitstock has a question.
Just one question for you, Mr. Gannon. So what we're doing when we add insects into the solar development, wind turbine development side, it's not specific to that, but it's overarching our pest management through the Agricultural Service Board.
Through the chair, as we define it within the individual stipulation within the bylaw for renewable energy, it's specific on renewable energy. So as we revisit or potentially revisit our nuisance and pest policy within ASB in order to incorporate to ensure we're aligned, that's where the overarching aspect to this is. As further, when we do our MDP and review our land use bylaw in the future, we'd have to take that lens and understand that for the entire document. But right now, our concentration solely is on the solar or renewable energy envelope.
Okay, just a supplemental then. So it's not going to change the agricultural side of pest management?
Not at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so again, we did have a motion in front of us that council give third reading to bylaw 1889 as presented. So do we need to say as amended?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Councillor Obes, that was your motion.
I would make that a friendly amendment.
So the motion would now read that council give third reading to bylaw 1889 as amended to replace sections 71 and 74 of the land use bylaw 1808. So we're all clear on what we're doing. Councillor Christie has excused himself from this due to the fact he was not present at the public hearing. Are there any further comments or discussion that's needed prior to the vote? Just want to make sure we're all comfortable. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hazelton, for your patience and continued contribution to this discussion. So we do have a public hearing coming at 10 o'clock. So again, I'm going to ask the question, maybe what we would do is I'm going to move the agenda forward here, and are we prepared to deal with the requests that we had from the delegation from the Wimborne community? So can we go to 8.1 in our agenda, Wimborne Community Center application for Rural Community Hall Capital Grant, and we'll address that. And once again, I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Weimer and Mr. Goodbrand for appearing here at council earlier this morning. And Ms. Vanderkool, are you taking this one?
I am taking this one.
Okay.
So thank you, council. I bring you today our first Rural Community Hall Grant application from the Wimborne Community Center. Earlier today, you heard their presentation. I'll do a quick review of the application, with you. The applicants meet eligibility as they are listed in the RFD. Should probably put this on the screen. Da-da-da. Number 84. All right. They are requesting $15,000 from the county, and they're willing to provide $35,000 in cash and labor. The total project funding is $50,000. There is money available for this request. The allocated funding for this grant program is $20,000. To date, we've had no other projects apply or be approved. And I'll just stop right here, and you can have the opportunity to discuss the application approval. And once that is completed, we can discuss recognition options. Or does council prefer that I just do the recognition options right now?
Sure, you might as well cover those while
Sure.
we're right here, and then we can
Okay.
have conversation about it all.
So when creating this policy, council expressed a desire for increased recognition for the county when providing grant funding and agreed that recognition will be made during grant approval. As outlined in our policy, there are several options available to us. We could choose one of these options, combine them, or even create a customized recognition. Administration recommends that the photo opportunity option as the most suitable form of recognition for this project. I will now turn it over to you, council.
Okay, discussion, comments? What's our wish? Councillor Christie.
I really appreciate the presentation they did and what, going out there and looking at what they've done in a short period of time. I'm hiring them because what they can do with a little bit of money is amazing. I don't think they'll volunteer though. Anyway, on that point, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the Rural Hall Capital Grant funding in the amount of $15,000 to the Wimborne Community Center Society to assist them in the modernization project.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion, or is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Penner.
When the acknowledgement parts that Ms. Vanderkeer was talking about, I would actually like to see when it's to a value of a larger value, that there is a small plaque or something on the wall, so that people who come to the area see that not just the little hamlet or the surrounding area put money, it was actually the ratepayers of the whole county put money in. So just something small. It's on page 85. So not just a photo opportunity, but also just display a sign, a small sign. Doesn't have to be anything big, just a small sign.
Okay, thank you for that. Specific to the motion that's on the floor, Councillor Forbes.
I would, just because this is our first one of the year, I am in favor of the 15,000, but I would like to see 5 of it come from our council contingency as a friendly amendment, so that when halls are going to hear about this, that still gives them the availability for other ones to apply for the other 10, just because it's so early in the year. I don't want to see it all go out the door.
Okay, I guess we do have the opportunity to provide funding to any project that comes forward, either through this specific grant or through council contingency at a later time. So if somebody else was to come and request 10,000, we could approve that still in the future and then split the funding. So that's an option for us as council, whether you want to consider that now or...
Well, and we can, just as long as anyone who's applying doesn't think we only have 5,000 left in the account for them to, do you know what I'm saying? That would leave the other hall boards, if they saw this and wanted to do some renovations, that they would have the chance to have the funding there for them as well.
Okay. Mr. Hogan, did you want to give us some direction perhaps on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. You can do that if you want. It's open to you to take some of it from different funding sources. The only component that I believe you've dipped into council contingency so far is with STARS funding. So there is still there. I guess the recommendation, having said that, is that I don't know that you need to. There is, if we receive other applications, we're not going to deny them just because there's only 5,000 in there. We'll bring them back to council, and you would have the decision whether to take that from contingency or council contingency in the operating budget, contingency reserve, wherever, to top it up if needed. So that option is still open to them.
Any other comment or question related to the motion that we approve the 15,000? personally, I kind of like having it through the Rural Hall Capital Grant because it really gets that grant out there so people see it and are aware of it. Mr. Hogan.
Just to follow up on the, I guess the messaging based on what you just said, Mr. Reeve, is if in the future council did want to top up this, the way that we would go about that is we wouldn't split the funding source that if another hall came in, is we would have you reallocate that money to the capital hall grant policy. So it was always still all coming from there, but it might be a reallocation from someplace else, as opposed to splitting the source in the motion.
Okay, so actually, I'm going to step in the middle of this conversation, and we are going to, again, postpone the vote on this motion because we are at 10 o'clock, and there is a public hearing that we are going to hold. So we're going to take a moment to get organized for that, and we'll go from there. Hearing be open for Bylaw 1894 redesignation. Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Okay, I would move that we open the public hearing for, oh boy,
Bylaw 1894
Bylaw 1894.
at 10:03. Okay, so we have a motion to have a public hearing for Bylaw 1894. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. All right, I have some information I need to present first. I would like to remind the public that if they wish to speak to this bylaw, that they register their name on the speakers list, and the speakers list is now in front of me, so there will be an opportunity when I've gone through the speaker list that I'll ask one last time if there's anyone else present who wishes to speak. At this time, I'm also going to introduce or ask the members of council to introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with you again, Councillor Penner, if you would, please.
Debbie Penna, Division 2.
Faye McGee, Division 1.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Ken King, Division 7.
Jerry Whitstock, Division 3.
Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Wade Christie, Division 6.
All right. We also, I guess, I'll allow our senior management team to introduce themselves as well. So, Mr. Hogan, if you would start, please.
Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you for that. So today's public hearing procedures will be followed according to our procedural bylaw 1846. A copy of the procedures is attached to the package, and additional copies can be found at the recording secretary's desk. I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward and to make their presentation. And Ms. Keever, whenever you are ready.
You betcha. Good morning. As you said, this is a public hearing for Bylaw 1894, a redesignation of lands from the agricultural district to the light industrial district. This is approximately 2.23 acres within a portion of the southeast of 24, west of the 4th. This was as per the Municipal Government Act in Section 606. It was advertised in the Three Hills Capital Editions, January 17th, 24th, 31st of 2024, and February 7th. Notices were sent to adjacent landowners within 1 mile and referral agencies, and it was also posted on the Kneehill County website. The applicants would like to construct a 9.97 megawatt gas-fired power plant to supply power for a Bitcoin mining data center operation. They're proposing 20 data center containers and 7 natural gas power generators to power the mining operation. The footprint of the project will be 2.23 acres adjacent an existing Ember Resources Limited lease site. The land where the location of the actual Bitcoin facility will be is southeast of 24, where the access will be from the northeast of 132824, which is just south of the lease site, which I'll have a better picture later on. It's accessed via Highway 21 and is 1 mile north of Kneehill County's south boundary and 10 kilometers southwest of the village of Carbon. The site is not near a hamlet or urban center, but is within a mile of 6 residences, which are the orange dots pointed here. And when I say 6, I haven't included these ones right here as they are outside that 1 mile. When considering this application, it follows the municipal development plan, planning considerations in the economic section of the MDP. Kneehill County recognizes the importance of a balanced tax base and strives to create opportunities for commercial, agricultural, industrial, and tourism growth. The goals for this is to attain the necessary infrastructure to retain, expand, and attract business and industry, to create opportunities that will provide a variety of development options that will diversify and strengthen the county's economy. And all commercial industrial uses will maintain high standards for visual appearance and will provide integration with surrounding land uses. We also considered the land use bylaw, and the purpose of the light industrial district is to provide for a wide range of low-intensive industrial and commercial land uses in the rural areas, which are easily acceptable. Industrial uses shall be located within a reasonable distance of a primary highway or a railway, which in this instance is Highway 21. Industrial uses shall be located and designed so as not to create conflicts with adjacent or surrounding land uses through unsightly appearance, emission of noise or pollutants, creation of dust, or similar disturbances. Industrial uses shall not be located on lands having a potential for flooding, erosion, subsidence, and steep slopes, or otherwise containing adverse physical features. Within the light industrial district of our land use bylaw, here are the permitted uses. And here are the discretionary uses, and M is data center. The application to redesignate the lands relates solely to the use of the land. A data center is a discretionary use in this district. If successful in their application to rezone the lands, the development permit will deal with the specific details of the proposal, and the application will be taken to the Municipal Planning Commission for approval. Administration and MPC will add conditions to the development permit through this process. The application was reviewed by the Alberta Utilities Commission, and the AUC does not regulate data centers or Bitcoin centers. The AUC does regulate the natural gas generators that generate the power for the associated data center operations. Hill Tech Solution Limited received their approval on November 23, 2023. The applicant will also need approval under the Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and confirm the project meets the Alberta air emission standards and guidelines for electricity generation for emissions. As per Section 619 and 620 of the MGA, we are unable to address matters decided by the AUC, and any conditions issued by the AUC prevail over the conditions issued by the municipality that will conflict with them. It should be noted that this process is completely separate from the municipal permitting process. As of April 25th, 2022, the opportunity to have an exemption from obtaining an AUC approval for own use power plants between 1 megawatt and 10 megawatts has been eliminated. Applicants must file a checklist application with the Alberta Utilities Commission, which these did. They must comply with Rule 12, noise control, and they must confirm that the power plant does not directly and adversely affect any person. They must also confirm the power plant has no adverse effect on the environment. This is how the site looks today. So this is your existing Ember site. And this is what I took from Google Maps. So there it is in the summertime. Same site, but kind of looking from the, so you're looking kind of southwest. So this is your access. Oh, I'm going to use my pen here. So here's your Ember site, which is gated, but you can't access here. You go through this gate, and at this point in time, you're on the northeast quarter, and then you're following up just adjacent the Ember site. And this is going to be the proposed Bitcoin data center. So here's your access. Follow the fence line on the northeast quarter, and then the Bitcoin center's on the southeast quarter. There it is in all its glory. And we've received very few written submissions. One was Alberta Health Services. They had no objection, however, they did wish to review the reports at the development stage regarding noise impact assessment, air quality emissions, and environmental review. We also received our standard letter, which I think is in your package, from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and they didn't have any issues. So consideration for second and third reading of Bylaw 1894 can be considered today or prepared as an addition to the February 27th, 2024 council meeting agenda.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions from council for the planners? Any questions for the planner from council? Councillor Christie.
Well, just looking at the topographical part of that field, would it not be better if that site was south of the compressor, or the existing site, because that would drop it down rather than be out on the open? But
that might be more of a question for the applicant, or I'm not sure what the landowner's wishes were. Maybe it's easier to tie in from the west side of the site. I really can't answer that question for you.
No, it's just an observation, I guess.
I can go back to the topographical map. Yeah, sorry, I'm not.
It'd be on the next quarter south then if it was
That's
south
right.
of that.
Councillor Penner.
So currently, both these land locations are owned by the same individuals.
That's right.
Should they decide to sell one, at that point, is there a caveat filed for the road, or
Yes,
how does
we
that
do.
work?
We do have an access agreement on file.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
This might pertain more to MPC, but I'm just curious, because we don't deal with these Bitcoins too often. Do we require as a municipality any kind of a, like a cleanup plan if they decide to move? Because like I do know we have had one that has left the county. That private landowner had a very robust agreement with them, but I'm just wondering if we require that at all.
Again, at this stage, this is just the redesignation, but we would discuss that definitely at the development stage.
Okay, so what we are specifically dealing here with today is the redesignation that's been requested on the 2.5 or it's about 2.5 acres in total on 2 separate parcels.
Correct.
Any other questions for the planner? Councillor Cunningham.
Sorry, just because the AUC confuses me a little bit. It looked to me like there was some portions across the board, I'm sure, yeah. So there was one slide that you showed, like there was a portion, some of that the AUC addresses and some of that they don't. But there was a portion, what did I write it down? Like where there's kind of impact to like neighboring, like do we get any information back from the AUC, what they did, the determination of all that was, or are they just, it's a yay or nay from them?
The applicant will, there are certain things that they are required to give us, and that one is their noise impact assessment. They're going to have to prove that they meet the Alberta air emissions, and then also your Rule 12 noise control. Right. Right now, at this point in time, if my understanding is correct, when they apply to the AUC for those generators, it's just a checklist. So they provide the checklist, AUC takes a look at the checklist, and then they apply an approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the planner?
Also, the applicant, the agent I know is online, who was definitely through the whole regulation process with the AUC. And then I believe the Hill is also on, so that they should be able to answer some questions too.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions for the planner at this point? Okay, not seeing any. At this time, we would provide an opportunity to the applicant to make presentation from their point of view if they wish. And I understand that they're online, so this is the opportunity for the applicant. If you want to introduce yourself and make your presentation, you can do so at this time.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. I'm Samantha Brown with Sabre Energy. I'm the consultant for Hill. I don't have anything in particular to present to you today. I think the planner's done a great job of doing that for us, but we are here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you for that. So since you opened that door, I'm going to give council the opportunity. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? And Samantha, thank you for being here today. Councillor Forbes.
Just a question about emissions on the generators. How much is produced from there, from the 7 that you're currently going to put on this site?
I might either need Nina to respond to that question for me, or I can send you guys a copy of the emissions report. We are in compliance, but I don't know the details of the emissions. There's a lot to that report.
Thanks, Samantha. Hi, this is Nina here from Hill, and I think we will include the whole emission report and the noise impact report later on. If anyone wants to take a look, we can just provide the reports to the board.
Okay, so I sense that there's an interest in seeing that, so if you would undertake to provide that to our planners and they could forward it to council, that would be appreciated. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Are there any other questions regarding the redesignation for the applicant? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Samantha, and I believe it was Nina, for being here today and for being available to respond to our questions. So at this point, what I am going to do is we have, I would call on the individuals who are on our speakers list to come forward to make their presentation. I'll remind you that you have 5 minutes to speak, and we only have one person on our speakers list, and that's Brian, and I'm probably going to wreck your last name, Loschuk? Oh, okay. Loschuk? Yes. Okay. I'll answer to anything. I warned you in advance that I probably was going to. So, Brian, welcome. If you want to introduce yourself, I remind you that this is being broadcast, so if you would use the mic, which is on, and remind you again, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
5 minutes? She got longer than 5 minutes. Apologize for the coffee, a bit of a sore throat, so I apologize for that. Plus, I need coffee in the morning. That's all right.
So just introduce yourself and then go ahead with your presentation.
So thanks, appreciate all your time and efforts in this matter. Brian Loschuk, we have affiliated land between Southwest 1928-23, West 4, so we're pretty much adjacent to the proposal. We had a lot of questions. If I only have 5 minutes, pretty well be limited to that. We saw a 9.97 megawatt generation. So that's, we all know that's enough to power 8,000 homes. So it's a substantial project. So we're just wondering about Kneehill Technology Solutions. When we looked it up online, it's very hard to find. It looks like it was incorporated in 2023. Do we have any more information on this? Basically, we got 5 months. Do we have much of a track record regarding the corporation in projects such as this? Sorry, are they available for the questions or?
Yeah.
Oh. So we see a name change, was name changed and it went to Kneehill Technology Solutions and then it was incorporated, I believe, in July 2023, is that correct?
So maybe, Brian, if you want to make your presentation and ask the questions that you want to ask, and then,
well,
because you're going to eat
certainly.
up your time in getting responses.
But if I only have 5 minutes, pretty limited at time.
But if
So
you
we're
ask
just,
your questions, we'll note the questions and then give them an opportunity to respond.
okay.
So I think that way you'll have better opportunity to make use of your 5 minutes.
So the comment is, we've got a large project here. We're adjacent to it and you have several landowners beside it. So obviously they're going to be impacted that. Unfortunately, we've got Bitcoin. And we all know, even the questions that were asked here prior to this, is very limited into its background. So basically we have an industry that is largely unregulated. So to measure impacts on this type of operation is very difficult. So we're wondering what kind of impact it has. So as we go here, there's a meeting here, we're all supposed to come up with some kind of decision, yet they come up with emission modeling results, and they got a noise impact assessments, but I haven't received any of that. They said it might be available to us on Q10 of 2024, but obviously it's not presented at this meeting today. So obviously the nearest landholders would be related to decibel levels, noise levels, air pollution. Maybe that would be presented in those emission controls, but it won't be presented today that we can see at present.
So today what we're dealing with is a redesignation from agricultural to light industrial district. And so the actual development will come through the Municipal Planning
Yes.
Commission and process for
I
permits.
understand that.
So specifically, that's information that's not really pertinent to the redesignation today.
Well, it is when we're changing the designation to, instead of the intention of the bylaw was to preserve agricultural land and compatible use. We're changing the designation for that area. So if we're going to change the demographics of the corporation for that area, I think we should look at the impact that has on the area itself and the surrounding members. I don't see how we cannot be relevant, us not knowing the impact before we change the designation. And I'm just wondering how this council feels about the risk analysis on this. I mean, have we gone to that degree? If we're going to change the designations, we own Pandora's box here. We sit there and we go down there, what are the implications of it? how do we get through this? What's the complications of this? So if we're going to change the designation to allow this forward, isn't the impact very relevant in this case? We have lots to present, but obviously we're limited in its time, but Bitcoin is, like I said, it's unregulated. Most efficient Bitcoin mining releases over 105 metric tons of carbon dioxide per Bitcoin mined. So understand the implications of that, the amount of power used. It's that these generators will be going 24/7, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. And when Bitcoin mines, they mine in the evenings and they mine on the weekends because computer times are down. So what happens is they bump up their power generation so they can mine more efficiently. So that means what happens to the noise levels will be increased substantially, because obviously all Bitcoin mining is based on low wave noise applications. It's not high wave. Low wave travels substantially larger than short wave. So now you're in open fields. How far does that travel? You've only limited it to 1.5 kilometers, but that sound will travel substantially further than that. And like I said, we just don't know the implications of it because it's very, very unusually regulated. I mean, there's hardly any rules to Bitcoin whatsoever if you look into the demographics behind it. Apologize, throat's going. Uh-oh.
So that's basically saying that your time has been used up.
Can I beg more forgiveness for a little bit more time?
I guess it's up to you as council. Okay, so I guess council's willing to provide you with
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Opportunity. Just please be
I'll try to get to the point as quickly as possible.
careful with our time. Yeah, thank you.
Obviously, we have a vested interest in this. And I think all the communities have to take a vested interest in this because Bitcoin is coming. You know, China diversed all Bitcoin from its country. That's why they're coming to Canada and the United States. We have cheap natural gas and we have very low regulations for it because we have no understanding of it. A few studies in sound. Low frequency sounds related to crypto mining travels further. Low frequency sound can be led to a host of problems. It's U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and its Noise Abatement Control Center discovered anything over 55 decibels exposed between 10, 15, and 16 hours was actually detrimental to health. That's based on 10, 15, 16 hours. When you turn around and base it on 24 hours, 365 days a year, that is substantial. And they haven't even done that kind of measurement. So anything over 5 decibels, above 45 decibels over a 24-hour span, they showed a 34% increase in heart attack, strokes. And basically they said it's not good to spend between 8 or 10 hours a day in those conditions. So imagine those conditions when you're doing it 24 hours, 365 days a year. And of course that will be increased at night because they mine more efficiently at night and the weekends. Environmental exodus. They got a change in animal behavior. Birds no longer nest in the area. Deer travel patterns are altered, and you got horse actually flee the area. They're actually they can't round them up when they're out there. So dogs howl at night. They have no idea of the implications. Like I said, it's not regulated. So research by Dr. Clinton Francis, PhD, evolutionary ecological studies and noise pollution, shows some fields research that birds will completely leave the area. Basically, noise enterprise like crypto mining can alter the wildlife near for generations to come. So it's just
I'm
not...
going to give you an additional 2 minutes if you wish, Brian.
I appreciate that, yes, if I may. So basically, they're showing there's other counties that have already gone through this. I believe it was, there's one, actually they went into Sturgeon County and they set up several crypto mining companies under this, but it was illegal in there, and of course there's all kind of legal challenges over that. But if it was so advantageous for the community and they had several on the go, do you think they would not sit there and, yeah, let's keep it? Cost, risk, and what are they trying to do? they're in litigation right now trying to stop all of Bitcoin in that area and throw out who's there now. So I'm just saying to this council and the future, unfortunately, because of the lack of regulation for Bitcoin, the lack of basically understanding how this goes forward, I think the communities have to take a vested interest in looking at this before we sit there. And I understand it's probably beneficial to the county. Yes,
Another minute.
you need a higher tax base, and I completely understand that. But once we go down this road, is it possible to go back? And I think all I have to say is numerous communities, for example, major issues in the United States, Canada, and Alberta are showing that they're having all kinds of problems when they establish Bitcoins. And obviously we're having it, and this will be just the start of many. It's just not the first one. You're going to have several. And maybe that's great for the county. But what's the implication? We just don't know enough to see what the future implications of Bitcoin is. So I think that's all I have for now. I apologize for the time. I'm a little winded, but thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you taking the time to be here today and to present to us. So I think what I will do first in response to what you've brought, I'm going to ask Ms. Keever if you'd come forward again and just outline the how it works under our bylaw as far as the redesignation is concerned and what is permitted or not within the bylaw. If you just, again, would review that, I would appreciate that. And then I think I'll give the applicant a chance to respond to some of the issues that were raised. So if you don't mind, just
Okay, hopefully I can answer.
walk
your
us
question.
through what our specific bylaw says as far as the redesignation is concerned, what the permitted and discretionary uses are.
Right.
And it's part of the presentation that you've already made, but just to go back, yeah, planning considerations go back a little bit farther, yeah.
So if we redesignate this area to light industrial, the list of permitted uses would be uses that we could permit just with us being the approval authority within the planning department. So typically we can get those approvals out within a week, or like we're legislated to give a decision within 20 days. And these are the permitted uses. The discretionary uses, which a data center falls under the discretionary uses. So those uses are, the Municipal Planning Commission is the approval authority. So we would take the application, we would send it to our referral agencies for comments, as well as landowners within. Typically, we do half mile, but we are allowed to go larger for, different unique developments. So we could go also a mile, because we also did for the redesignation a mile. So we could, we do have to let those adjacent landowners know. They have 21 days to provide a comment to us. Then we present it to the Municipal Planning Commission for approval.
Okay, and if you would please, again, just review the process, why a redesignation? So why are we contemplating going from ag to light industrial? What's the
So
why?
a data center would not be a use within the agricultural, it's not a discretionary use, nor is it a permitted use. So then we have to look for another land use within our land use bylaw, and a data center falls within the light industrial district.
And so this is a normal process that we would go through for all sorts of different types of development that don't fit within the agricultural district uses.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and if you could just again review for me the process that AUC goes through in terms of approvals. I know that a lot of the things that were talked about in terms of noise impact and emissions and so on, they're outside of our authority, and so they fall under AUC or another provincial regulator. So if you just, again, would just kind of hit the highlights on what you presented there earlier.
So a data center isn't regulated by the AUC, Alberta Utilities Commission.
Is.
Exactly, the power generation is. So if they were using electricity or natural gas generators, they have to get approval from the AUC if it's between that 1 and 10 megawatt. So then that's what, when they are hitting that point, they have to take it to the AUC, they present a checklist, and then the AUC comes up with, you know, what they require, and they come up with a set of conditions they have to meet.
Okay. And noise regulation and emissions all included within that approval
Yes.
process?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, I do believe that Ms. Brown would probably, because she was the one that had to make the application to the AUC, I believe she would hopefully be a little bit better to answer those questions, but.
Yeah. I know we're a little outside of what we're conversing with today, but I also am trying to give
yes.
Mr. Loschuk the information that he's kind of looking for. So at this point, Ms. Brown, are you still online, and would you be prepared to just make some comment with regard to the questions that were raised in regard to noise impacts, emissions, carbon, some of the wildlife and potential other impacts of your development?
Yes, absolutely. So we do have a noise impact assessment report that's available. We're happy to provide that to Mr. Loschuk as well as council. We have a air emissions quality report that we can also provide. We have environmental assessments that were completed in the field and desktop, and we have a report we can provide for that. Trying to see what else we've got here. And then we also just have a copy of the AUC application if anybody is interested. As the planner mentioned, it is a checklist application under 10 megawatts. However, you still have to have your noise impact assessment and your emissions quality reports in case you are asked by the AUC. For this particular project, we were not asked, but in some cases we are. So we always have to have those as our backup. And then just one other comment as well is we sent out a notification package to all landowners and industrial interest holders within 1.5 kilometers in September of 2023. We did not receive any questions or concerns at that time. However, we are more than happy to come out and meet with Mr. Loschuk to discuss his concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. So again, I guess I do know we're kind of outside of the fence that we're maybe supposed to be within today, but I do recognize the concerns raised, and I appreciate, first of all, you, Ms. Brown, for providing the responses, and of course, to you, Ms. Keever, thank you for your patience with us. And I know, Councillor McGee, you have a question.
Yes, Ms. Keever, could you please just clarify for those of us that if redesignation is granted, this does not make MPC at all predisposed to approving the project? We would have to go through that process thoroughly first.
Exactly.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
Just to kind of piggyback on Councillor McGee, just so it's clear for myself and for everyone, once a property is redesignated, so if this goes from agriculture to light industrial, all those permitted uses become available to that property so that it does not have to come to MPC, correct?
Correct.
Right, okay, so it could become, once it's changed to light industrial, it could become a micro cultivation cannabis facility.
We can, if there's, we don't have to just, if it's a permitted use, we don't have to just approve it within our, if we're not comfortable approving it, we can take anything we want to the Municipal Planning Commission for approval, if it's a permitted use. If it's a discretionary, it has to.
So you guys aren't required by the MJ if it falls under that permitted use to automatically
No, we can
approve it?
take it still to the Municipal Planning Commission for
Okay,
approval.
no, good, I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions related to the process that we're engaged in today, which is redesignation? And I guess the comment I would like to make is, although one of the focuses for this council and for Kneehill County as a whole is preservation of ag land, we also recognize that there will be some redesignations that take place for other purposes. And so, although we have a goal to preserve ag land, it's not exclusive to other potential developments. And so redesignation is a normal process that would be gone through for this type of development or other developments that might come in front of council in the future. Councillor Cunningham.
So I guess just further to that, then I think this is the place to ask it as opposed to MPC when we're not to ask these questions. But what is then the tax revenue that the county receives on a facility such as this? Roughly.
That's a very difficult question to ask. We only have experience with one previous Bitcoin mining operation, and because of the way they were set up, they weren't doing power generation. My guesstimate is the majority of revenue that comes from this development is going to be on the power generation side. And until it's actually assessed and given a value by the provincial assessors, we have no idea what the revenue likely will be. But we do know from our previous experience with the Bitcoin that was north of Three Hills that the majority of that facility was unaccessible because it was considered equipment or other things. So I think maybe Deputy Reeve, you could help me out. Did we just basically have on the containers themselves, or can you remember? Or maybe Mr. Hogan, that might be a more appropriate source.
Give it to Mike.
Why am I asking you when I can ask Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, if we were to go back to come up with an estimate on that, there'd have to be some work and some calls to assessors and stuff to put that together. I think in a general term, saying that the tax revenue would not be significant would probably be accurate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then our decision isn't necessarily driven by tax revenue, right? Okay. Any other questions? And I appreciate the discussion and the questions, so I'm actually being quite lenient here. I want to give opportunity. Okay, so I guess I will, as part of the process, I've allowed Mr. Loschuk, who is on the speaker's list, to speak. I will now ask one final time if there's anyone else present who wishes to speak on the proposed bylaw. And I guess I would poll the other two individuals in the room if you have interest to speak to the proposed bylaw. And I'm not seeing anyone. Does the applicant wish to offer any rebuttal to the comments made by our presenter in opposition? And if so, I remind you that you have a maximum of 10 minutes for your presentation.
No rebuttal here. We do encourage Mr. Loschuk to reach out to us to have a one-on-one discussion, though.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess we would encourage that conversation as well between the applicant and Mr. Loschuk. Does council have any further questions then for the applicant or administration? Are there any further questions? Okay, I'm going to ask, is council then satisfied with the amount of information they have received before closing the hearing? Okay, and I would like to remind everyone that once this public hearing is adjourned, no further information on this matter will be received by council. And seeing that, I will now declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back to the regular council meeting. Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor? That's carried, and we will now go back to our regular council meeting. I will say that this matter will be dealt with later in our agenda today, and so there will be a decision that's made later on today. And so thank you for being here, for those of you who attended, and thank you to Samantha and Nina on behalf of the applicant for being here today as well. We appreciate your attendance, and thank you to our planners.
Thank you, everyone, for having us. Have a good day.
And you. Okay. So we are now back into our regular council meeting. Is anybody in need of a break? Are we good to go? Okay, all right. So we're back to a discussion. We're returning to a discussion that we've had over an extended period of time this morning with numerous breaks, but so we do have a motion that we haven't voted on yet, which was to approve third reading to bylaw 1889 with the amendments that were made here today to replace section 71 and 74 of the land use bylaw 1808. So we didn't vote on that motion. We got to the motion, we had some discussion, and then we adjourned for the public hearing because I didn't want to delay. Oh, Wimborne one, yes, yes, thank you, sorry.
Yeah.
The Wimborne one is where we were first, right? So,
Did we have two motions that weren't voted?
so we have to go back to that first. Yeah, yeah.
Don't go far, Barb.
So Barb, don't leave that chair because it's going to take us about 30 seconds to manage.
You're up.
More like 5 minutes.
Not yet.
So just get me back on track here. We've been jumping in and out of a number of things today. So the last motion that we had in front of us was regarding the Wimborne Rural Hall Capital Grant application. And we have a motion to approve that, made by Councillor Christie. Is there any further discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask a question. Okay.
Sorry.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Our grant funding says nothing about work that started prior to, nothing?
In this grant, no.
Okay.
No, this policy does not state that.
Okay, so it could be retroactive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only thing I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, so are we prepared to vote on the motion? So the motion is council approve the Rural Hall Capital Grant funding in the amount of $15,000 to the Wimborne Community Center Society to assist them in their modernization project. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And I will correct myself because we did vote on the amendment to 1809, and Councillor Christie had excused himself for that vote, and that vote was carried. So I'm correcting myself now. Yes, and the last thing we need to deal with on the Wimborne one, thank you, Councillor Phobes, is we need to decide on how we're going to get our recognition. So I heard that we were requesting a plaque potentially from Councillor Penner, and that we also wanted to have a photo opportunity. So do you want to make that motion, Councillor Penner, that a photo opportunity be arranged and that a sign or a plaque of some type be placed with recognition for Kneehill County?
I would make that motion that a photo opportunity and a sign at the project site be organized with the Wimborne Community Center Society regarding their project. Does that sound right?
Okay, so discussion would be, are we asking for a sign or are we asking for potentially a small plaque or something on the
Sorry,
wall?
a small plaque, yeah. It's up to them what they'd like to put there, but I'd like to see that as a recognition too, so that the ratepayers from the county get recognition.
Can I just ask for clarification? Is it going to be at their expense or at our expense?
It's at their expense.
So we follow suit.
Okay, are we good with that then?
Yep, looks good. Thank you, Carolyn.
Any further discussion? All right, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So congratulations to the Wimborne Community Center Society. All right. So where that leaves us then would be in our agenda and we're bouncing back and forth, I acknowledge that. And even I'm having trouble keeping an eye on the ball this morning as we move around. So the next application is 5.1.2, which is the subdivision extension request. And again, I defer to you, Ms. Hazelton, if you would, please.
Perfect. So we received an application from Badlands Motorsport Resort to extend their subdivision application. So we've listed the numbers here. It's KNE 19. They are subdivisions relating to the divisions of land in section 22, 27, 21 west of 4 for the Badlands Motorsport Resort. The attached plan notes how the lands are to be reconfigured on titles. Can you pull that up for them? Just the picture.
Okay. So Barb, maybe before we get rolling too hard and fast on this, I've just been reminded that we have another delegation. That's coming in at 11, so maybe before you get into a full roll on this, and I recognize that the applicant for this extension is here with us as well, and I'm gonna just beg your indulgence that we're gonna just delay this till after.
Okay.
And our next delegation is actually a closed session one.
Okay.
So I think we're only going to just get started in this conversation, and then we're going to have to stop. So
okay.
So I think then what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to Bylaw 1894, which is the redesignation one, and we'll deal with that as much as we can prior to 11. And I know Deanna disappeared on you. If you'd rather, we can go somewhere else, and then that allows Deanna time to come back. So why don't we go to Legislative Services 7.1. And then that way it allows everybody time to be back in the room. So 7.1. Which is the speaker request, council speaker's request. Keep your eye on the ball, people. So, Mr. Hogan, if you want to begin that conversation, 7.1.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you, I'll try to keep this brief. The item that's before you is there's been some conversation from council, from members of council, and from other municipalities regarding it has occurred elsewhere that groups like the NRCB or the AUC has come to council to talk about their processes, how they go about their business, those sorts of things. And administration is just looking for council's guidance around whether you would like us to arrange a similar thing for Kneehill County. So we were at for those of us who were at the RMA Central Zone meeting, NRCB did do a presentation there. We did talk with those individuals. They are willing to come to a council meeting. We've not had that contact with the AUC, but we can always make the request. So if that's something that council would like us to embark upon, we just, by resolution in that direction, then administration we'd go forward and set that up. Related to that, and it's a bit to the side, is if you would also like a administration to look in to bring a speaker in to talk about the ins and outs, let's call it, of the province's electrical system. So we have direction from council to embark on a resolution regarding renewable energy and grid stability. There have been comments around this table about wanting to understand call it the grid more, whether that's the grid itself or components related to economic withholding and stuff like that. I can't guarantee that we can find a great speaker to come in on that, but if council would like us to try, then by all means we can do that. I have tracked down a name, which I'm not going to share here today because I've not contacted them or seen if they're even interested in doing that. But if they are, I think there's a good candidate there. But again, subject to their availability, willingness, all that sort of thing. So if those are directions that you'd like us to embark upon, then we'd just be looking for that direction out of this item.
Any questions, comment, discussion? Councillor Forbes.
Well, I never see this as being bad because I think it's an opportunity for our ratepayers out in the world to hear it if they would like to. When we attended the CRMA, the NRCB gentlemen it was very informative, and I thoroughly enjoyed it because it just gave you a better knowledge of what they actually do. And they were actually very down to earth, and you could ask them questions, and yeah, it was lovely. So I would make the motion that council direct administration to request council's presentation from the NRCB, the AUC regarding, and your utilities one, let's add that too, to process setbacks and other information relevant to municipalities.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion, comment, questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, 100% agree, information is never a bad thing, and sometimes I think we do have a little bit of a hard time getting that information, so to have them here and the ability to ask questions is great. I know Mr. Hogan mentioned the economic withholding. I mean, I don't know if this is the place, but I'm happy to also extend that invitation to any MLAs or any ministers, because I know I am still waiting for information from Minister Neudorf on the economic withholding. Just waiting patiently for that.
Thank you for that. Any other comment or discussion? I know I personally had a number of conversations. The one that's most stuck in my head is the one I had with Reeve, Karina Williams from Northern Sunrise. And she said that they had them come in and present to their council and found it to be very beneficial in the process of looking at their land use planning. And so I think it would be worthwhile for us to do that as well. I think any time that we can be engaged in conversation with the people who are impacting us specifically, like AUC, NRCB, and the other provincial bodies that impact us, I think it's worthwhile. So. All right, so we have a motion made by Councillor Forbes that council direct administration to request council presentations from the NRCB, AUC, and knowledgeable expert on Alberta grid, electrical grid regarding processes, setbacks, and other information relevant to municipalities. Any further discussion, question, or comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And we are going to be in recess to 11 a.m. and a closed session item, so I'll call us back to order, and then I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Christie made
So
that
moved.
motion, so all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We'll wait to go offline. Okay, so we had a motion to return to open session at 12:06. That motion was carried. We had a legal discussion, FOIP section 24, within that closed session. It is now 12:09. We've allowed the return of the gallery, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And I think what I'm going to do is Mr. Laszlo still here? Should we, in fairness, send him to lunch and then ask him to come back? Or, I guess that I'm asking the question, we're not going to be able to deal with that entire file prior to. Yes. So, my suggestion is maybe we go forward in our agenda to something else and then come back to that immediately after lunch. And so if we could just inform him that we are going to probably be after 1 before we. I'm just trying to manage expectation. Okay.
When's lunch coming? Okay.
All right. So my thought is that perhaps we could begin council and committee reports. So item 9, and so again, I'm just trying to manage our time and to keep us productive. So 9.1, which would be Drumheller solid waste, and Councillor Penner, you've shared with us some information.
I have nothing else to follow unless you have some questions about it. I'm going to summarize. It just takes a little while to get our minutes to us, so.
Okay, any questions on that? If not, we'll go on to 9.2, Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Services. That happens to be me. And the Division 7 report, which also happens to be me. So I've included in there minutes of several last meetings. Actually, Carolyn included some that I didn't. So that's in front of you from FCSS. The report on the volunteer income tax program is in there, and I'm very happy to see the impact that program's having through out our different communities. A lot of money coming back to people because of that program. And then in my own Division 7 report, in my own activities, just some information on the South Central RMA Directors Meeting. Our new Larry Clark is now the chair of that directors, and Barb Shepherd from Lacombe is the vice chair. Greg Harris, Jackie Watts, Greg Belkey, and Lisa Rosvold were elected to the resolution committee. And you saw the new terms of reference at the general meeting. Trochu Housing Corporation, they are moving forward in their project. They are in the process, well, actually, I think they pretty much finalized who the project manager is going to be and the architect, and they're moving forward in the design side of things, and the town of Trochu is preparing to do the servicing and so on this summer. So the plan is, I was going to say shovel, but it's a big shovel backhoe in the ground by end of September or October of 24. I made a comment on the midterm refresher, but we're coming back to that. And then I just wanted you to know that the mayors and myself and the CAOs of our various communities are in a conversation right now around healthcare and healthcare provision within our area. And that's an ongoing conversation. So scheduled in the immediate and not so immediate future is a Teams meeting with our MLA and Speaker Cooper on the 26th of, am I right? I have to get the right day. February 26th, that's correct. And then we also have another meeting planned with the mayors and the doctors from the clinic on the 7th of March, prior to the Kneehill Regional Emergency Management session. So just to bring you up to speed. So we have agreed that we're going to go forward with some advocacy to the provincial government on behalf of healthcare in our region specifically, but also rural Alberta. And then we are in a conversation with the doctors to at a mayor and Reeve level. So, any questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So Reeve King, I just noticed in the FCSS report that you provide $80,000 to seniors outreach. Has that stayed pretty consistent over the last few years, or has that fluctuated up and down?
That $80,000 has been pretty consistent for the last, I'm going to say 3 to 5 years. Yeah, so they are a big part of who we support. They're one of the programs that gets, well, they are the program, other than our family wellness workers and the community coach, that gets the biggest part of our budget.
Right, because your mandate would fall from birth to end of life, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
and since they're already existing, it doesn't make sense for us to create more programming for seniors when that's already in place, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, 9.4, which would be Marigold Library.
Do you have any questions?
I do. So I just have a question. So in the Marigold Library, it talks about municipal levies increasing. And then they talked about getting an increase in provincial funding of 7%. And they didn't ever actually mention what the municipal fee increase would be.
It just came. I saw it in an email, sorry. I saw it in an email, the requisitions from Marigold.
Okay.
I thought it went to Mike too, but I'm not sure. I'll find it and send it to you.
Okay.
Give me a second.
All right. I just was curious because it talked about that there was going to be an increase, and I just wondered if they got a provincial funding increase of 7%, what the impact was going to be in terms of the ask on us as municipalities. And I know there's some population equation stuff that's in there, but I just wondered what the percentage or potential increase was going to be. Okay, good enough? Yep.
I'll give it to you.
Okay. Any other questions on Marigold? If not, then I guess we'll go on to Kneehill Housing Corporation. Yep, I have the same question. So, in the Kneehill Housing report, it talks about the requisition, and the amount was going to be determined by some electronic vote on December 7th. And then I had a question regarding in the lodge budget, maybe it's the lodge budget, there was an increase in the requisition to the municipalities, but there was no increase in the rental rate to the residents.
Okay, so first of all, I should explain to you that in December, Kneehill Housing received a letter from the province stating that we are cut off of all COVID funding, which amounts to $300,000 that they had budgeted for. Yep, I have just sent those numbers to Mike yesterday, for him to overlook. I feel like he'll hand them out to everyone after, but it is quite an increase because of that funding not being there.
So again, I understand why there would be a requisition increase with that kind of budget cut, absolutely. So was there no understanding or no thought about passing part of the requirement for additional funds on to the people paying rental?
So the way that works is we can only charge them so much, and it's
Based on a percentage of their income?
Correct. And you have to leave them with $360 in their bank account every single month. You have no choice. That's legislated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, I was just reading those minutes and there wasn't a rationale behind that. So go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and just further to Councillor Phillips' comments, I think that the COVID funding stopping came as quite a surprise to the CEO. Our understanding was they were supposed to be given quite a heads up, 3 to 4 months, and they got a letter basically saying, congratulations, your funding is now done. So,
Sounds like something that happened to FCSS a few years ago. Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Any other questions on Kneehill Housing? 9.6, Tourism Summit Report. That would be Councillor McGee and Councillor Christie. Councillor McGee, I saw quite a comprehensive report from you.
Yeah, I got tired of writing. I could have given you way more stats. Man, the information was massive. And I don't think I've worked harder at a conference than this one, as far as we didn't stop our lunch even. We had enough time to get served, and then we were right at it. There was eating while being in process too, so a genuine break never truly happened. And but overall, I would say it was very worth our while. To address some of the concerns that happened prior to me going, this particular event is their regularly scheduled annual summit. The summit we were at earlier in Calgary is actually one that they call post-election. So they do it as a follow-up to how the election may have affected things. It's kind of thrown in there when there's elections, but it's not their annual regular summit. So I would say this summit is the one that really has the value in it, because it really is directed at what Alberta government and Travel Alberta want to see as the outcomes for our province in tourism, and you're well informed on opportunities, ideas, but also the actual strategies that are happening, as well as, of course, as an advocacy group, you are then told some of the great information of where you can advocate for various needs. And one that was really highlighted is how in this organization's perception, the federal government is not stepping up for the benefit to that we have out of tourism. The federal government's very far behind in how they are supporting tourism.
Imagine that.
Yeah. So I think that was a very interesting. I also thought, and there's various stats that can support that, one of which is 10% of our workforce is in tourism. Holy smokes. Like that's massive. So, and that's from a Stats Canada site is what the speaker said, so I didn't verify that, but anyhow. I just leave that for you to read if you'd like, and I would take any questions, and I would tell you, what I do want to highlight though is the page that you have on the screen right there. Thanks for bringing that up, Carolyn, to help me remember. So what, to me, this is really, really critical to how we go forward. Travel Alberta has identified the fact that we have way too many major points of where all the tourists go, and we have many parts that do not get enough tourists, and we need to redirect some of that and maybe capitalize. And they also want to bring double as many visitors to the province as we currently have. And so in order to do that, we need to find ways to develop other parts of our province to manage that influx of people. So they are targeting these locations that I had showed you, Canada Badlands being one of them, of which we are within that boundary. It is one of the 7 that they are targeting that already has a report on it, which I suggest you go to Travel Alberta and see that report. It's very extensive, but not as thorough as they want it to be, neither, because they had a short time frame to put it together. I find it very exciting because every one of these areas are rural sites. Their emphasis will be around experiential programs where people get to experience something they can't otherwise, and their favorite experiences are the ones that are in rural, away from any type of urban center. So the emphasis at every session spoke to rural. I've never been to something where every session used rural as something they were talking towards, which nothing in their documents prior to that would have led me to believe that. So I found that really exciting, but also why I left the final picture on the bottom of the page there, Caroline, if you wouldn't put up there, I outright told Andy that this was a very dangerous slide to have let me see because I have too much passion, as some of you would know. Pathological patients won't get us there. And so I'm challenging us to know that we need to really move forward. The other thing that was really apparent to me is Drumheller was referenced over and over and over and over again. Many pictures in their documents are of Drumheller. Most speakers identified Drumheller as one of the highlights. And if we don't start being part of that story, I don't know if we are going to ever recover from that. Because the potential of the time and focus that is going into the Badlands region is massive. And so I just found out a very interesting piece of information that I would say of all the regions they talked about, it was the highlight. That's my passion. Sorry, guys.
Councillor Christie, anything you want to supplement?
I was interested in the big numbers. So through COVID, we got down under 5 billion in Alberta in expenditure, or in tourism benefit. In 2022, we were back to about 10.4 billion, which was pretty much pre-COVID revenue. Alberta tourism's goal by 2030, which is only 7 years, is 20 billion. The provincial government, coming right from the minister, by 2035 is 25 billion. 18% of that is in central Alberta, which doesn't include the cities or the foothills. So that's huge growth in our area. So they're indicating 1.2 billion was spent in central Alberta in 2022. They're hoping by 2035, 2.2 billion. That's a lot of money in rural Alberta and in our area of rural Alberta. So that was when I saw those numbers, there's huge growth and potential. When you talk to my children's generation of what do you expect out of a holiday? They don't want stuff, they want experience and different experience. So that's kind of where I'm at with the numbers. So the growth is there. We got to be involved. One of the mandate letters from the Alberta government, 18 ministries were given mandate letters from government to say we want you to support and get active in the tourism industry. 24 policy groups are mandated to get involved. So that's huge government involvement. So that not just the main 4 industry or portfolios for tourism, but anything that touches tourism, they want some kind of action plan from them. So that's huge. But that's where I'm at with agriculture.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Phopes, question.
So I guess my question is I can see all the benefits of all the money that could come in, but what is it exactly are they asking of us? Like, what are they expecting us to do as a county so that we can get into the cash of that? Because right now, when I hear about Drumheller, it's really great we have Horseshoe Canyon, but all that money's gonna go down the hill, and I'm worried about that. So as Kneehill County, what are we gonna do to get them to not go down the hill or come back up from the hill and come this way?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I've asked Andy, which is our area rep,
Yeah.
to maybe come present to council So whether that's possible or not, I don't know.
That'd be awesome.
But he's in our
However,
area, so.
when I spoke to him, he said he's hesitant because we don't have a vision yet. So what they want from us is, what is our vision? How do we want to be part of this process? There's nothing they're telling us we have to do. We could do nothing if we want to. But until we know, specifically what we want, what our vision and what our strategy is, there isn't a lot he's able to say to us other than what we've already gained at this conference, which he'd be glad to bring again to say, but he cautioned that that would not move us forward. It would only simply educate on the pieces you already could find out on their site.
Okay, thank you for that. I think lunch is here. Mr. Gannon, I'll give you an opportunity for comment before we take recess.
Thank you. The information is great, and administration is working in the background in order to provide an economic development plan to council. So it follows your vision, your direction, where the county wishes to go. If we want to capture tourism as one of those areas that we want to promote or be able to support, there could be different initiatives within that portfolio. Through the conference, the one thing that I was able to be able to take in was the level of investment these communities do in order to create that attraction and redirect the opportunities into the area within their community, and how they leverage and utilize each other's skill sets and their resources in order to create opportunity, sharing those opportunities and potential growth triggers within those communities. We do have tourism within our area. We did talk about agritourism, as you could see from the slide. It was one of the areas that was discussed there, but it wasn't one of the triggers that really was concentrated on versus the Badlands and the other park area. So in essence, this is council's decision on how they direct us as we bring Horseshoe master plan to council and as we bring the economic development plan. So the power's in yours on how you would like us to help support the community and move these portfolios forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to suggest that we recess for lunch at 12:31. I'm going to beg your indulgence. Is a half an hour adequate? Because I'm very aware of the fact that we're keeping Mr. Zalazo waiting, and so if that's okay, I would say we'll reconvene at 1. Thank you for that. We're in recess.
Not like he hasn't kept us waiting for 8 years. Or is it 12?
Okay, so it is 1:02 PM, and I will call the council meeting back to order. And we are going to deal with a subdivision extension request. So, welcome back, Ms. Hazelton. And anytime you are ready.
Excellent, thank you. So we're bringing to you a request for a subdivision extension, and this is relating to the Badlands Motorsport Resort, falls underneath the area structure plan there. So we've got 4 subdivision numbers because there's 4 quarters involved in this application. So the subdivisions are relating to the divisions of land in section 22, 27, 21 west of 4 for the Badlands Motorsport Resort. The attached plan notes how the lands are to be reconfigured on titles. So lands noted as 1, 2, 4, and 5 are to be consolidated into one parcel for the lower track area. Lands noted as area A, B, and 3 are to be consolidated into the upper track. So we will actually have less titles than we currently do once this is through. In the Municipal Government Act, landowners are given a year from the date of approval in which to meet the conditions of approval. If the conditions are met, the subdivision approving authority is required to endorse the subdivision to allow registration at Alberta Land Titles. This application was originally approved on January 30th, 2020, and Council granted a 3-year extension to the subdivision on September 22nd, 2020, due to the sheer size of the project and the fact that it falls within an area structure plan specific to this project. There have been several setbacks in meeting the details of some of the subdivision conditions. Multi-jurisdictional oversight has also contributed to the challenge of moving this project forward. Due to the current economic conditions and the additional complications created by coronavirus, the applicant is finding the timeline to raise the security for the road challenging to meet. The applicant is requesting a 1-year extension to provide some additional time to raise these funds. So again, landowners or their agents may make requests for the extension of these timeframes to the council of the approving authority who have been granted the authority under the Municipal Government Act to approve these extensions. Kneehill County Council has typically granted a 1-year extension. Due to the scale of the project and the multi-jurisdictional approvals required, administration did obtain a legal opinion on whether or not there would be any issues with the municipality granting a multi-year extension. Legal did note that council does have the authority to grant any and all extensions and did not have an issue with the additional year. The subdivision itself is only creating boundary adjustments to the existing titles. No development permit applications have been received to date. Administration would propose that since these lands fall within an approved area structure plan and an approved direct control district, council could consider a 1-year extension. This will provide additional time for the applicant to navigate through the current economic challenges. It will also trigger a new development agreement as the previous one has expired. It should be noted that the application for the extension was received prior to the expiration of the subdivision, but since January only had 1 council meeting, it cannot be considered until today. And there are no limits in the Municipal Government Act. I think I missed that when I turned my page. For either the number of extensions or the length of time an extension can be granted.
Okay, so that's the extent of your presentation. So, questions, Councillor Phobes?
So just for clarity, because one time at MPC, you said you could only give 1 extension, which the 3-year would have been done. So just for clarity for my person listening, can you explain why this gets a different one?
Okay, so because he sits in an area structure plan that would have had a very robust public engagement at that point in time, and they would have already done another robust public engagement when they did the direct control district, because all of that would have been done, separate hearings, open houses. There was a lot of public going on at that point in time. So once an area structure plan sits on top of the lands, the rules change slightly for subdivisions in the fact that we no longer have to notify adjacent landowners for subdivisions that are done within the area structure plan because that public engagement portion has already occurred. And we have a 21-day window to issue a subdivision in an area structure area structure plan versus 60 days, which fall outside. So we're talking about a larger tract of land that is set aside for a specific purpose versus somebody randomly where there could have been changes on adjacent lands that may need to be considered. But, so that's typically why we would look at this one differently. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I have a
No
few
problem.
on this, and because people actually are paying attention. They noticed that his application was stamped, or he wrote on it for December 27th, and they're asking, we had a January meeting, why didn't it come to that one?
Because we couldn't meet the deadline.
Thank
Yeah, January 20th, like we were closed for that week.
Yep.
And so we couldn't meet the deadline for that January meeting.
Thanks for the clarity.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, so because I didn't sit on council when this took place, I just, want to make sure that I'm clear on a couple of things. So there is a current development agreement with this project, is that correct?
That agreement has expired at this point, so we would have to redraft.
Okay, so we don't need a current development agreement?
We
to have-
will, yeah.
so we don't need it to approve an extension?
No,
No, okay.
it's
And
a
there's-
condition of the subdivision.
It's a condition, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Just one more.
Councillor Forbes?
Clarity on the MGB orders, Kneehill County 2 and DC 4 bylaw to include specific reference to the WAT TIA.
Okay.
Can you just explain that?
You bet. So how this started out, so in June 25th of 2013 was when the area structure plan was approved. There was a lot of, like I said, public engagement, public hearings happened at that point in time. In January 14th, 2014, Direct Control District 4 was approved. It was appealed to the Municipal Government Board by Wheatland County, and their concern was the traffic impact assessment because there was wording in there that they wanted to make sure that that impact assessment was incorporated into that direct control district. So on May 26, 2015, an amendment to the DC 4 district was done based on the Municipal Government Board decision of the day, saying we want you to include the WAT TIA in that. So you will see it in there. This decision, again, this direct control district has some wording in there that is problematic for us in the planning department because we cannot endorse a subdivision or issue a development permit until that road portion has been dealt with. So that is the challenge, is a normal subdivision has a year to meet those conditions, but because this is such a large-scale project, it's multi-year. He has done lots of approvals through other jurisdictions, and he is still sitting in the appeal for, they've gone through the hearing now, but they were issued an approval under the Water Act from Alberta Environment and Parks in 2020. That was appealed, and that hearing just concluded in February of 2023, and we still don't have the decision. And so, again, timelines are not kept. So it is, there's been a lot of appeals on the federal level as well as the provincial level. He's been successful on the federal level, but there's a lot of other moving parts, Water Act approvals. There will still be many more to come, but we are trying to work through this process to give him a little bit of help on that so he can raise investment on this, so. Yeah, no problem.
So I guess I have a question, or maybe more so a comment. Well, let's call it a question. So you've said that we could grant an extension beyond 1 year. And I guess my question is, to prevent having this come back, would it be prudent for us to consider a longer, like a 2-year extension rather than a single year?
Absolutely, and
I'm just thinking
Yeah.
in terms of process management and just trying to make things not necessarily easier, but certainly from a council management point of view, would a 2-year extension be something that might be more reasonable for us to consider than just a 1 year? And again, I'm asking the question. I understand from what you said that it is possible that we could do that. So I guess I'm asking the question of council at this point is whether that's something that we might consider.
Oh, I'd support that.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham, yes, please.
So, Ms. Hazelton, just to clarify for the MGA, because I want to say that it changed in March of 2021, but are they, is it stating that we can do multi-year extensions, or is it just saying?
Yeah, there's no limits to the amount of time you can give, and when we got the legal opinion, he was not concerned.
Okay.
And we did get a legal opinion the first time when we did the 3-year extension. And at that point in time, yeah. And again, I think largely because it sits in the area structure plan and has already gone through so much of that public scrutiny that there wasn't the same level of concern that might be somewhere else.
Right, so a little different because of that area structure plan, yeah.
And I guess, you know, we're cognizant of the fact there are other things that are happening in the background here. And so that's the reason I raised that issue is I'm not sure that, you know, I'm very hopeful that 1 year would be sufficient, but whether, you know, as council, we were to say a 2-year extension might be more appropriate to allow for that development to take place and the time to put in place the things that are necessary. So. Any other questions, discussion? If not, I would be looking for direction from council in terms of where we would like to go. Councillor Forbes, go ahead.
So if we were to consider giving him a 2-year extension and at that time it didn't go through or he wasn't able to meet the requirements, what happens then? Just for my listeners.
He can reapply.
Okay.
It's a subdivision application. He's always free to reapply.
Okay.
For the actual subdivision, so.
Any further questions or comment? I want to give us enough time so we're comfortable with where we are. Councillor Cunningham?
So I'm just going to comment, I am comfortable with the 1 year, but I'm not comfortable with the 2 years, so that's where I'll be going with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair, thank you.
Okay. I would like to move that, whoa, where'd it go? Okay, never mind, I'll look at the one here. I would like to make the motion to grant a 2-year extension to KNE 190-128, KNE 109-129, KNE 190-130, and KNE 190-131 until January 30th of 2026.
Okay, so we have a motion that council moved to grant a 2-year extension to the file numbers as Deputy Reeve just read to January 30th of 2026. Any further discussion? And again, like I said, I want us to be comfortable with where we're at. So Councillor Forbes?
So in looking at this, and yes, I want to give him the 2-year, but in the same breath, I also agree with Councillor Cunningham that 1 year, he's had 3, so 1 more would be 4. I am also thinking 1 as well now, so I don't know, that would be a friendly amendment. Don't know how everybody else feels.
Okay, so I'm going to allow Deputy Reeve Whitstock to comment, and then I also have an additional comment. So. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, although we say it was a 3-year extension, this has been going on since I was little. It's been a long time, and I understand that you want to get this stuff done and get it over with. But it's been going on, and it's been a long, arduous process, and it hasn't been just because of the applicant dragging his heels. It's been a long, arduous process because of the size of this project and for how long it's taken to move it ahead. So that's the only reason. I don't want to be sitting here in a year from now and doing it all over again. I would much rather give the 2 years, and obviously I think the client or the applicant will move as fast as he possibly can. But that being said, it's been, I think even a turtle would have lost this race. or, yeah, never mind. There's no way, the turtle never moved. I think it was a dead turtle. But regardless of, I would like to just not have to deal with it for a year from now. And that's the only reason that I was leaving it at a 2-year extension.
Okay, thank you for that. The only comment I would add is pretty much along the same line, is I don't think the delay that's happened here has necessarily been entirely on the applicant's side of things. And I truly believe, based on the 6 years of history I have sitting at this table, that our applicant in this case has done everything that he could to move this file forward. And there's just been roadblocks that he hasn't been able to manage. And so that's why I suggested perhaps we consider a longer extension, and so we have the motion that's in front of us. Councillor McGee.
I was just would like to inquire to the Councillor Cunningham, what makes you want to have the 1 year?
So I'm understanding what Ms. Hazelton is saying about the area structure plan, but I just keep going back to, I just want the consistency. And, you know, right off the hop, the council previous had done a 3-year. So I see there being a little bit inconsistent. So I think, I just feel comfortable with the 1 year. And that's just where I'm at with it, so. I guess you just have to trust me on that one.
Okay, any further comment or discussion? Councillor Penner?
To me, it'd be a whole different situation if part of this whole application wasn't still in the court system, if it was all out there and just, but it's part of it is still in the court system here, and so that's why I'm prepared. It could drag on through the courts, who knows? So I'm prepared to go with the 2-year.
Councillor Forbes?
Well, that being said, so when you read the RFD, it does not state that in there, and I've had a couple questions on that, and I couldn't answer it because it was stuff that was shared with us in closed session, right? So that is another reason for me personally as well, right? Because it wasn't clearly written in the RFD that everyone had access to. It just said COVID, when really it's other things that were at play.
Well, I think that you could say that some of the delays that have been experienced are because of COVID, coronavirus complications within our court systems as well. So certainly there's so many complicating factors that have affected this development. And I guess the question I'm asking is, are we sitting at a place now that as council we're prepared to vote on the motion that's in front of us to grant a 2-year extension to January 30th of 2026. So I'm looking for affirmation from council if you're prepared to vote for or against. Okay, seeing agreement, then I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor that council move to grant an additional 2-year extension to KNE 190128, KNE 190129, KNE 190130, and KNE 190131 until January 30th, 26. Those in favor? Opposed? And the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelton, for your patience with us and for answering our questions. And we look forward to our next opportunity. Good luck with all the things you need to deal with, so. All right. Where are we at here? Yeah. Well, actually, before we go there, I think I'd like to go back and finish council and committee reports. Is that okay? We were halfway through that, so if you don't mind just giving us an additional few minutes, Ms. Fallon, I would appreciate that. We were kind of halfway through that before we broke for lunch, and then so I would like us to go to 9.7, so that would be the South Central RMA General Meeting and Caster Report, and give opportunity to councillors who wish to comment on that meeting. And thank you for your patience. Any comments related? Councillor Foltz.
I'll start. I thought it was this was a great info session. One, I learned about drought, and I mean, we all know it's present in the province, didn't realize just how bad it was. Also, the fact I learned how much water we have an agreement with Saskatchewan. It's flowing that way from us, that we have to allow them to have. The NRCB,
Yep.
those guys were amazing to listen to, because it really did just give me more information that I didn't quite have before, and the question and answering period was also quite delightful. So those were my highlights.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wanting to comment on that South Central General Meeting? Okay, if I see none, then the next thing we would move on to would be the 9.8, which is the KRP midterm refresher and training session. Are there any comments on that particular item? Councillor McGee.
I was really impressed to see the movement in understanding our roles from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. So I would say it was very effective. I wouldn't say it was our best facilitator ever, but it certainly was really worth our while.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on that? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, so I enjoyed the Kneehill Regional Partnership too. It was a good review of information. Always for me, the best part that comes out of it is just the chatter that comes among colleagues. So it was really nice. I know that I sat with members of the town of Trochu, so it's always nice to catch up with them and just find out what's going on with them. So it was really good. I agree with Councillor McGee. Maybe a different presenter sometime would be nice. We've had the same one for quite a while. So if anybody's looking for ideas, I find sometimes we're doing a lot of training on everything we can't do and what our limitations are, and I'd really like training on what we can do and what can help us become better counselors and to better serve our ratepayers. That's kind of some information that I'd really love to have. And just want to say thank you to Carolyn. I wasn't able to make the Central RMA. I had a funeral to attend, so thank you for passing on the NRCB presentation, because it, as Councillor Fope said, some amazing information. So yeah, so thanks for that.
So don't take this as a serious comment, but we can't give you training on the things that you can do. That's why we focus on what we can't do. No, and I think that that is a good point sometimes, is we do need to be reminded of the things that we have the capability of actually impacting, right? Thank you. Any other comments on the midterm refresher? No? All right, so I guess Councillor Christie, this puts you on the spot for 9.9, which is community futures.
There you go. So the RRF loans were closed on January the 9th. So we were hoping as community futures that we get like 35% of those loans back. We got about 57% of them back, so we'll do very well. If there's 10 more loans that have applied that are in a forgiveness period until we process their application. That would take us up to 67%. That gives us over $282,000 that came into our community on loans that were forgiven. There's going to be some loans that are going to be a struggle. There's 20 loans that'll go into just a loan payment program now for the full 60,000 if that's what they applied for. 4 of them are already gone because those businesses are long gone. That'll be turned over to collection. So that's outside our portfolio, but we were able to pick up 67% goal. So that was almost twice what we anticipated we were going to get. So that put our whole loan portfolio way over our annual requirements. So I'll attach the rest of the report to our next council meeting. And then I have to go to Trochu and ask for forgiveness, because in the roundtable discussion, they put me down as saying Kneehill County got the grant money for the Trochu housing project. So that was roundtable discussion. So I got to go back and say, hey, I'm the chair of that last meeting and I missed that. So I'll say that publicly now before I get shot in Trochu. So the rest of the report will be in the minutes of next council meeting.
That's why the spike belt's in front of your house. Questions on the community futures? Councillor Cunningham.
Can you just remind me, do you guys have a big anniversary celebration coming up
So
this
it's
year?
a 35-year anniversary this year, so that's out in the news media and that kind of stuff coming. So that's coming for this year. There's some statistics there that are fully amazing for what it's done for our total community for the 35 years.
Councillor Phopes, yes.
It's more just a little housekeeping. Could you, if someone was interested in finding out more information, where would they go?
To Community Futures Wild Rose and Strathmore. So, anyway, that covers the area from Bazzano, and we're the furthest north. So.
Okay. Any other questions on the community futures Wild Rose? If not, Councillor Christie, you also brought up the Ag Service Board conference, and so I'm going to give you the freedom to go forward.
There you go. They had a very, very good conference in Lethbridge in a really nice facility. One of the things that really caught my attention was a school program where they've given a school 2 acres to basically give the kids an opportunity to look after some pigs, some chickens, some cattle, grew their own garden, had to market all the stuff they did and learn how to process it. And it was truly an amazing program. But without that director to make it work, I don't know if it could be copied. Every conference I was at or every meeting I was at the last 30 days, drought has become part of that conversation. So drought mitigation in southern Alberta is extremely important. And they're very concerned. One of the comments from John Conrad was the deputy minister, is the reservoir storage system in Alberta did its job last year. It's not being replenished at this point of this year, but we're a long way from spring, hopefully. But if we don't get moisture by spring, it's going to be a very tough summer.
Okay, any other comments on the Ag Service Board conference? Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to say we're on 9.11, which is the Brownlee Law Seminar, which I did not attend. However, I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
So we did attend, or 2 of us attended with Mike. One of the comments they made that caught my attention, caught Mike's attention a little bit. If municipal services are offered beside your property, you must supply that service. If we do a water modeling and we don't have water, then what? So that's something we got to look at as a county. But the word must was emphasized fairly hard. So with our water modeling, so that's one of the things. The other comment that was made repeatedly, that teamwork is far more successful than being destructive, both in your council and your administration, also with your local communities. The more teamwork there is, the less they see of us. And they don't want to see us very bad.
Okay, any other comments on Brownlee Law Seminar? Okay, if there are no further questions or comments, that's the last of the council and committee reports. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Move to receive council and committee reports as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to receive the council and committee reports as presented. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And so then we're going to go back in our agenda to, it is 5.2.1. And so now, welcome Fallon. Appreciate again your patience and for indulging us as council. And if you wish, you could make your presentation at this time.
Absolutely. Hopefully this one is quick and easy. Some of you...
I wouldn't describe today as having been quick and easy.
But a lot of you have seen this this policy already through Ag Service Board. And so this will just be a review. Nothing has changed since then. So I bring before you Policy 1-32-1, ASB Administrative Haying County Road Allowances. So with the 2024 budget, Council approved an increase in our roadside mowing program to support frequency of mowing to twice per year on all county-maintained road allowances. That change does impact this policy, and so therefore we have brought forward an amended policy for approval that is recommended by the Agricultural Service Board as of their meeting on January 10th. So under the policy here, the changes that have been made, particular to policy procedure number 4, changing of the date from August 15th to June 1st. Continuing with the end date of October 31st, and removal of the ensuring that salvage operations, haying and salvage operations must be completed prior to that. So with that removal, we then took to policy procedure number 5 to say that where favorable conditions exist, bales are to be removed as soon as possible and within 3 days of baling, removing the before August 15th date. Therefore, providing a reasonable timeline to those who are using hay along those road allowances without the date, considering we will be mowing throughout the season. So, and then the final point there, we just added debris, dust, or residual chemical as opposed to herbicide, just for the clarity. Yeah, any questions on the changes to this policy?
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Forbes?
So do we currently have people that are, do they have to come in and get a permission?
No.
So how are we going to inform the public of this is going to be my question.
Yeah, absolutely. So there will, this will involve a informational campaign through social media, the newspaper, and just letting people know of the changes, particularly that 3-day collection date, so that people are aware. Yeah, exactly. So, and the other thing within this is we're not mowing the whole right-of-way. We're only mowing that edge, and some people do salvage it, but it's less than ideal vegetation. And particularly right now, the reason we're mowing it is because it's full of weeds, so not really something we want people collecting and spreading around anyway, so.
Any other questions or discussion, comment? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that council approve policy 132-1, the ASB administrative haying on country road allowances as presented.
So my question is there any discussion on the motion? And because I was waiting, it's my turn. So no, that's fine. And I think it's good to have a motion in place and to have solid discussion around it. And my question kind of pertains a little bit to what Councillor Forbes brought up. Is there a way that we could permit or something like that sections of ditch that we will not be mowing in that first round? So if somebody came and said to us, we are going to hay from Township Road this to Township Road that, it's a distance of 8 miles, we could give them a permit to hay that mileage with the requirement that it be done by a specific date, and then we wouldn't mow those roads on the first round. We would go right by them. And then that way we're not worrying about, oh, is that somebody trying to salvage hay in that ditch or not? We just are gonna go by those. And it gets us around the problem of we go to mow and there's a bunch of bales in the way, and then we have to move those bales. I don't know, I was thinking about it and thinking of the process. So if I want to hay that ditch, the top of the ditch is really not what I want. It's the rest of it. So is that 10-foot a problem, or we just say we're just gonna go mow and then you can hay the rest? Or do we say if you want to hay a specific section of road, you require a permit from us or a notification of some kind that would then, we would just not mow that section, but it has to be hayed and has to be hayed by a specific date. So again, it's a question I'm asking. It would affect this policy, definitely, fairly dramatically. But again, I'm just wondering about the process, because if I sit there and I'm thinking of one producer in particular in the back of my head right now, and he lays down miles and miles of windrow right on our shoulder, right where the grader's gonna run. And those things lay there for a long time.
Yeah.
And some of them get graded back into the ditch, some of them get, the grader moves over so he doesn't touch them, and there's no timeline on that. And then some of them are still there when our mower comes along.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And so we did look into different policies from a variety of municipalities, including ones that do have a permitting process. We chose not to go with the permitting process just because of the added administrative work involved, and realizing our limited capacity involving that. If that is a direction that council would like to go, we can absolutely make those changes and bring this back. But yeah, it's something we did explore, but ultimately decided to go this way.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. As per the manager, I feel that this is an item that may, if that's the direction council would like to go, there may be a couple options. You can choose to pass it as is in order for us to get through this season and explore further permitting processes, but that may incorporate some legal viewpoints of insurability within that program, because as we start permitting things, we start looking at responsibility and understanding the risk and liability of performing tasks within a right-of-way. So it might open a bigger conversation and an understanding to develop that type of program.
Susan?
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I'm against permitting. I think we need to do a better job on education. This will be the first year, the first couple, and like we're just doing the 6 feet or whatever it is, not the whole ditch. So, and I know it's unfortunate that some hay stays out there, or the cut stuff, waiting to be baled. But that's not really our problem. We're trying to control the weeds here, and we've got a time frame. So whether we say we continually promoting on the education side, okay, this week we are in between these townships, just so that the Joe average knows exactly where it is, just to give it a try. But I'm not, it'd be different if we had really wide ditches to be done in certain areas, but we don't, for the most part. So I'm against permitting, but I'd like to see us do a very good job at the advertising or the education side of it.
No, and I mean, the whole purpose of me asking questions is to facilitate discussion. And if council thinks that this policy is appropriate as it's written, the only other changes I would make is if we're not going to go to a permitting type of environment, I would like to see point 4 become point 1 and point 5 become point 2, and then the numbering just carry on. And so what we would say is, where favorable conditions exist, roadside mowing on county road allowances will commence on or before June 1st and will end by October 31st of each year. Point 1. Secondly, where favorable conditions exist, where favorable conditions exist, bales are to be removed as soon as possible and within 3 days of baling. And if it's necessary for us to move them, it's at your cost. So I think just move them up, and then we have the before July 15th, if you're going to do the haying and it's adjacent to your land, you can do it. If it's adjacent to somebody else's land, after July 15th, you can get permission and go ahead. So I would just change the order. If we're not gonna go permitting, then I would just change the order. We're saying mowing comes first. After that, if you wanna go haying, it's up to you how you do it.
Okay. Easy enough adjustment to make.
And also, literally, this is for the gentleman that we're gonna contract to do this. He doesn't have to avoid those. If it's in his lane, he mows over it. It's done. We can't be worried about the hay that's sitting there. We're more worried about the weeds. That's why we decided to go this route. So.
Yep.
Any further discussion? And if we are going to go, as I suggested, by changing our points around, we need a slight amendment to the motion that was made. So, Councillor McGee?
I'd like to amend my motion to as amended, as opposed to as presented, please. And
so
the amendment
basically it's
being
just
just
a
those,
numbering-
the
numbering
numbering.
change.
Yes.
Okay.
And so basically what we're doing is we're setting our right to mow as the preeminent
Priority.
right.
Absolutely.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I also would like an understanding if it's council's wish that we do continue to explore a permitting process for this for potentially next year.
Councillor Christie first.
I'd like to see how we go this year and then review it before next year. I don't think that we need to start that policy or research that policy till fall to see what kind of feedback we get.
Okay.
Yes. Wow.
Thank you. We'll go through it here. Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to make a note there as we look at contractors, ratepayers utilizing county right-of-ways. We are looking in, just for council's information, bringing forward a discussion at least to start with as far as our allowance of those activities are. We don't have a really formalized process as it's right now for how we permit contractors either installing culverts or looking at dust control, all that kind of thing. We have opportunities for right-of-way agreements with these contractors, with these developers, and then kind of in the same vein with haying, that is something that we've looked at in the past of having insurance requirements. I'm not saying we're going that way as far as there, but I want to have the conversation with council as far as what our risks and liabilities are as it is right now. And just having everyone understanding what the full scope of it is. So that's something, as we're talking about maybe reviewing this for the year here and then seeing what we're coming forward with in the same discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Zier. My sense of the conversation in response to your question, Mr. Gannon, is we would like to probably run this first year with the policy as it's written, and then depending on feedback from ratepayers and what we hear as council, we might review that. Am I correct in saying that? Like, our primary focus here is weed management. That's what we're after. So we're looking to manage that, and if that means that we have the right to mow, we have the right to mow. So we have a motion from Councillor McGee that council approve policy 1-32-1, Ag Service Board Administrative Haying on County Road Allowances as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you, Ms. Allen, for being here with us today
Thank you, council.
and putting up with us. It's always good to see you. And I have to be careful, it's Sherlock. I get mixed up with names sometimes, so thank you. All right. So where does that leave us? I think that leaves us with 8.2. For anyone who's trying to follow. It's bylaw 1894, redesignation. And welcome back, Ms. Keever.
Good afternoon. So this is just the RFD from the public hearing this morning for bylaw 1894 to amend land use bylaw 1808. Brightstone, as you kind of, as per the public hearing this morning, Brightstone, Hatarian Brethren Church are the current landowners of a portion of the southeast of 24, 28, 24, and the northeast of 13, 28, 24. They've granted Sabre Energy Consulting, and we refer to them as the agent to apply on behalf of Hill Tech Solution Limited to construct and operate a 9.97 megawatt natural gas-fired power plant for Bitcoin mining and data center operation. The proposed site is approximately 6 miles southwest of the village of Carbon. It is accessed by Highway 21. The applicants will be placing 7 natural gas generators, which will connect to 20 data center containers. An office trailer will also be placed on site. This lease will be directly west of the existing Ember lease. The portion of the northeast of 13 is for access only. The entire workspace is within the southeast of 24. Ember Resources has approved the connection of the data center to their natural gas facility, and attached are the uses for the light industrial district, both permitted and discretionary.
Okay, thank you for that. So what's the wish of council? Councillor McGee.
I move second reading of proposed bylaw 1894 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of southeast 24, 28, 24 west of 4 and northeast 13, 28, 24 west of 4 from agriculture district to light industrial district.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion or comment? So this is a redesignation from agricultural to light industrial. Approximately 2.5 acres. Any further discussion? Councillor Penner, go ahead.
Just a comment. I just want to thank our guests for coming in this morning. And just to make it very clear that this is not giving approval to a data center or a Bitcoin operation. This is just for changing the land from ag to light industrial.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any further question or comment? If not, we have a motion to provide second reading to bylaw 1894 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of 2 pieces of land from agriculture district to light industrial district. Seeing no further comment, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of second reading? Opposed? And that motion is carried. So are we prepared to move forward, or are we wanting to delay third reading? And I guess, go ahead,
Sorry.
Councillor Penner.
I guess the question is, what information are we requiring to delay this?
And I think that's the appropriate question. I know 2 councillors are probably looking for additional information, or maybe not. And so I think it's appropriate we give opportunity if you need an additional delay, or, okay, all right. Okay, Councillor Phobes, go ahead.
I would just like to see the reports that they're going to have at some point. That's why I didn't vote in favor of this, because there is information that I have not received from them in this report. I do understand the full scope of all of this, and I fully understand that this does not mean that this will go here, but we're already putting it into light industrial. So by agreeing to that, we're agreeing to whatever goes on there.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
So, and I hear you, Councillor Phobes, but all those reports will come to MPC when that development comes forward, correct?
Correct.
And I think it's key to note that some of that information that we were looking for or requesting is outside the scope of the question that's in front of us, which is the redesignation. It's a fine line that we're treading when we're going there, because they pretty well indicated what the end purpose is being proposed, and so I know it's a fine line. So.
Right.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
But in saying that, I do hear what the gentleman that was here this morning spoke about, and you know, I do hear his concerns. So I look forward to bringing it back to MPC further discussion.
And I'm hopeful that before it actually comes to MPC, that the company will do what they committed to, which is to engage with the ratepayer who has the concerns and make sure that those are being addressed. So at this point, what's the wish of council? Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Well, with the comments that I've heard, I'd like to make a motion to receive third and final reading to Bylaw 1894.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that council provide third and final reading to Bylaw 1894. Is there any discussion, question, or comment prior to me asking the question? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go ahead. All those in favor of third and final reading? Opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Keever, for your assistance. Okay. We are now at the point of the council follow-up action list, and so that is item 10, council follow-up action list. And I know this is going to come as a major surprise to you, Mr. Zier, but where are we at in terms of the Huxley lighting and wastewater?
Thank you. Glad to answer for sure. Through the chair, so we have the report was finalized. The first draft, I should say, report was finalized in mid-January there. We noted a few areas that we wanted to have a further look into. Actually did some further modeling on some of the system there, just with different pump sizes to make sure we brought forward all the information we could to council on that. So we have a couple of different options that we looked at that. So that has been sent back. I believe that it's close to being finalized on that end. The intent is to bring that final document in early March. You'll see in the council agenda, for next week, we have a recommendation to council for the committee of the whole meeting, a recommendation for the street lighting upgrades that we're recommending there, that council can have a discussion about the pros and cons. We have the responses from the community there included in that package. That'll be presented to next week's council meeting, committee meeting, for a recommendation to council. As well in that, we're going to bring forward a discussion item for council as far as the procedures going forward in that community for pump out tank and that sort of thing. It's been talked about a little bit, and not so much in the report. It's more of a administrative item here that we're looking at. Is this something that council wants to venture into? And if so, we're going to provide some options as to what the cost may be on that, or at least sent away with what our structure will be to adequately service that, provide that service. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I know ratepayers don't understand the process and the speed at which we either move or do not move at. And so it's always good just to keep that in front of them. So thank you, Mr. Zier, for that. Are there any other questions related to the council action items? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
December 12th, I asked for actuals. It's now 2 months later. Just wondering where we're at.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, when this question was posed before, we're still at that same point. That's the fourth quarter variance report, which will be coming next month. The year end, that one, usually we have a cycle time of about a month on that. When we're fully resourced, we're not right now and haven't been for a while, but that in the year end, that cycle time's a bit longer because our book year end doesn't actually complete until the end of January.
So will I see that before the end of March at our last council meeting then?
Right now, it's slated to be in March. I'd have to consult with the staff to see the progress on that.
I just have had a few ratepayers ask me if I've gotten my answer yet, so.
Yeah, and with that, what we took the approach of, if we pushed forward with that, we'd essentially be estimating numbers, waiting till the year end. We actually have numbers.
Okay, so we are anticipating that in March. and hopefully we'll have a better timeline then. Okay, so any other questions related to the council action items or things that we feel need to be addressed?
Sorry, just where are we with the swags that we sell down at Horseshoe Canyon? Because I know my name was on that, and I don't think it's ever come back towards us yet. Do you know what I mean?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm sorry, can I get some clarification of the swag, what you're looking for?
It was in one of our council action items last year, that it was still to come towards. I had made the motion to see some different types of, whatever, t-shirts or whatever we're doing down there, and that still has not come back. I'm just curious where we're at with that.
Thank you, through the chair. Right now, we are putting our concentration on the Horseshoe master plan and really targeting the direction and be able to copyright the actual, come to council and copyright the actual logos that we have, and then go further with that discussion of what does this look like for the promotion of those areas through a bigger plan type of aspect, and understanding how we're marketing and who we're marketing to and who are we using to propose that form of marketing. Right now we are utilizing one partner in order to provide those sales, and we've provided smaller items to the individual, similar to keychains and things like that, that seem to sell a lot quicker than the t-shirts and the larger items, but that would have to be a larger marketing program that we'd have to look and entail. So I will bring it back to council for consideration of what that looks like. Thank you.
Do you have an idea of timeline, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I think that will coincide both with on where we're going with Horseshoe, with the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, and the direction with the Economic Development Plan of where we're going to focus our interest and how we're going to move forward with the potential marketing of our assets.
So that's next week at the Committee of the Whole, we're bringing that forward?
The Horseshoe, we're going to be bringing it for discussion, most definitely, and that's on the development portion of it. But as we go forward with the Economic Development Plan, we're hoping that that's coming in April. We're reviewing the draft at this moment, and then we'll be offering our comments back to our consultant, and then bringing it forward to council for consideration.
Okay, Councillor McGee.
Just for clarity, the merchandise you're talking about that you already have out, you're going to continue that until you hear differently from us?
Correct. The one thing we're doing is working with one of the partners there, so we're continuing that program. My concern with this is that the marketing aspect of it is we don't have a formalized approval from council for the actual marketing of the logos to go forward with. So we want to make sure that we fix some of the plan design and really understand when we go forward, we're addressing a larger marketing strategy versus individual point of sale services. So once we find out the direction of where council wishes to go with both our economic development plan and Horseshoe Canyon, we'll be able to look in the background what that marketing program will be and ask council for their opinions from going forward.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other questions related to the council action items? If not, what's the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move the council action item list as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. Any further discussion or comment? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. One other little item of maybe cleanup. Question for you, Mr. Hogan. Was there any direction that you would like to receive from council coming out of the closed session?
Through Mr. Eve, no, I don't think so. I think we have, we know what direction over
Have
that.
an adequate understanding of where we're going? Okay, good enough. All right. I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. We have no motions from closed. I don't think I've left anything out, so at 2:02, motion to adjourn. So we are adjourned. And I will say thank you for your patience and understanding. Complicated and convoluted day.